I see Jim. That's pretty cool. Sorry, it's so distracting. I've got my camera here and I've got all the pictures on my computer here, and it'll all make sense to me and you soon enough, but I've got it taped, so I don't want to like move it. Got it just exactly where I want it. So, yeah. How are you guys? Terry and Judy, how are you?
How are we?
We are doing well, thank you. We're getting a little bit of snow. Are you?
Oh, it came through here. It dumped 2 feet of snow on us over the last, and it was the same thing that's going to hit you. It was a multi-day snowstorm. We are buried, but true to Southern California, which is where we are, it's starting to melt, but it'll be slow. But we hear you guys are going to get slammed. We heard Chicago's had 10.5 inches already.
Yeah, we've had far more rain than snow. We're getting the snow, I think, is sort of the tail end of this storm.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like it's just going to bury people clear across the country. It's just going to move across and bury everybody, it sounds like. So there's Laura. Hi, Laura.
Hi, I just got back from the cabin and I didn't realize I had cabin hair. I was in my pajamas and snow pants for 2 days living the dream.
Oh, awesome. Well, Dad would think that was completely perfect. So.
Oh yeah, when you put your ski pants over your pajamas, go skiing, and then take them off back into your pajamas.
Dad would think that was so totally fitting. He would.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would not want you to fix your hair at all. Hey, there's McKinnon. Hey, McKinnon.
Hey.
There he is. Hey, buddy. And there's Jim and Beth coming on. I see their names. They're not not on video yet, but there they are. There's Jim. Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. And so John's going to come in here and use this computer. Then I'm going to go over to I was trying to change the name. So it said John Bookless. So you could.
It's really hard to do that. It's surprisingly irritating.
Have you tried, you can click on your frame and you should see a little ellipses, like a little blue square that has ... in it. And if you click on that, you should have the option to rename yourself, but it might depend on the settings.
It does, yeah, it's not allowing me to do it. It just says mute my audio, stop video.
Well, you know that if you achieve it, you'll never be able to change it back. And then everybody will always think you're John Bookless.
Yeah, everyone will think everyone thinks I'm John Bookless. So I'm gonna leave and go over to the house. And John's coming in right now. So
okay, cool. I've got a cute slide. Later. You and John come up at the very, 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 very end of the slideshow. I got a cute slide of both of you.
Well, that's
stay tuned. That'll keep you around forever because you're right at the end.
Okay,
Michael.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit.
Hey, Mark.
There's Ugly.
There he is.
Levi, Mariah, and other Mariah. You all look awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yay! Hi, other Mariah. It's nice to meet you over Zoom.
I know. I love it.
Jerry. McKinnon.
I'm gonna leave it in this mode so you can see everyone at the same time.
Okay. Are you looking at me?
Jillian.
They can see. There you were right there.
What up, Malcolm?
Oh,
what up?
Okay. See you later, John.
Hey, Jimmy. Thank you.
I was going, just so everybody knows, I was going to have a bet with Heidi, and I forgot to bring this up. I was going to bet that Levi was going to show up in his tie today.
Oh, I told
Levi,
him
you did not let me down.
I know. I told him you were debating, tie, jacket, no tie, no jacket. We knew. Dad would just be apoplectic right now if he thought that Levi wasn't in a tie.
I know. That's the only person today that he would expect to show up in a tie.
That's exactly right.
You nailed it, Levi.
Yeah, you're hopeless and Michael's hopeless. But Levi, he would expect Levi to be in shirt and tie.
Hey, if I owned one of those white coats that your dad so loved late in life, I would have stuck it on with the
the white dinner jacket.
Right.
He looked great in that. He looked so good in that jacket. When we were out at the homestead in Virginia, I don't know when that was. Oh, it was back in 2013. It was before Mom passed. And he and I would go to dinners in the evening where we'd have these fancy dinners and we'd dance, and he'd always wear his white jacket with a red shirt and a red tie. And every single person would stop and talk to him in the hallways and tell him how fabulously he looked. They'd just beam. And he just got so much attention for that jacket. Hey, John, how are you? There you
Good.
are.
Hello, everybody.
Everybody
Good.
remember.
I'm John and Galena.
John and Galena up the hill,
Pardon?
up the hill overlooking the valley and keeping watch on Heidi and Michael's property below.
Yep.
There's the eagle's nest looking down.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You've been riding my motorcycle lately, John?
Not lately. A little too much snow, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Get a little closer.
That's so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, John has a really cool, like the coolest of cool Harleys, and he keeps it parked in our garage. And everybody who comes over thinks it's ours, and I don't disabuse them. I go, yeah, that's my bike. Yeah, my bike. And oh, it is so cool. So yeah, we like to take credit for that fabulous piece of machinery.
That's quite all right.
Excellent.
No problem.
Hey, there's Dana. She may not be hearing me yet. Connecting. Dana's connecting. Oh, yay. There's Don. Hey, Carly.
Hey, we're getting everything set up.
Love it. Just love it. Awesome. Dana, hey, you're there. Ms. Anti-Technology.
I know, it took me a while, but here I am.
Everybody, Dana and soon Crystal, I'm sure, is going to join in. Dana and Crystal were just my best girlfriends in junior high. They're in Laramie. There are some deep, deep, deep connections on this Zoom call that go all the way back. In Terry's case, all the way back to my birth. But yeah, some of these are very deep. I love it. John's getting on. Oh, there's Don. Don, you look like you're sitting on a throne. That's awesome. There's Paula coming on. Oh,
Donnie, Uncle Donnie's in the house.
Uncle Donnie.
Yeah.
Do you still call him Uncle Donnie, Hansel? Do you get that privilege?
Absolutely.
You
I don't
do?
know if I have the privilege, but I do.
Okay, well then I'm
Dad
going back.
has all the privilegges.
You know, I'm going back
Exactly.
because I just cannot. I can't do it. Every time I say Uncle Don, in my head I go E. Uncle Don.
You don't do the Donnie part?
No. he goes
Well,
by
we all
Don.
know. I mean, my kids grew up knowing Paula as Crazy Aunt Paula. So, you know, Uncle Donnie, Crazy Aunt Paula. You know, they go
Paula.
together.
Yeah. Can't say Paula without saying Crazy Paula. Hey, there's Dennis. Cousin Dennis.
Dennis, Char,
Hey, this is the one that
Dana. Dana,
Oh,
excuse me.
Paula, your grandson. Oh, look
I
at
have too many
Paula's-
Dana friends.
Oh my goodness, look at Paula's grandbaby. Oh,
There's
I'm
Laura. Oh my
so
gosh.
No, there's Beth. Hey, Beth.
I'm gonna
And there's Jazz. I'm going to say
in the
something about
house.
nicknames here, you know. David Lamal, Jazz to us. So great. And there's John, but see, I can't say John. I have to say John Lane. And I just don't care. He's going to be John Lane to me forever. So
Yep.
tough luck, John Lane.
Molly.
Yay, there's Molly.
You
got a crowd.
I know, this is cool, eh?
Mm-hmm.
From
We have
across
some
the
Kindles
country.
in the house.
There's Kindles in the house.
Hi, guys.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Hi. Glad to have you guys. This is so great.
Hey, John Lane, that's like the best picture of you I've ever seen.
Where
That's I never seen before.
Yeah.
I love it.
Derek, hi.
Derek, oh my
Ellen.
gosh.
Hey, Ellen.
Yellen.
Ellen.
Hello.
Hey.
Like happy hour here with all my best friends.
seen you forever.
Hi, Molly.
Oh,
So great to
awesome.
see you.
Oh my
Hi,
goodness.
Justine. Hi, Aiden.
Aiden's beard.
Hey, everybody.
Derek, you haven't gotten any
Derek,
older.
you're here. Oh my God, Derek is here. This is awesome. Wow. Just wow.
He's
Just so cool.
There's Phyllis.
Hello, ID.
Man,
Looking good.
Come and I'd have put a couple of great pictures of you in the slideshow. I should have texted.
Oh.
Oh, this is so cool. Where's Phyllis? I don't see Phyllis. Where's Phyllis? Oh, there's Phyllis with Don.
Okay.
Paulette and Joan are here now too.
Oh, excellent. Oh, really?
There's John.
Oh, hey, you gals. Thanks for doing this. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Paulette was my French teacher in junior high in Laramie, and Paulette's there. And Joan Trotter, dear friends of Dad's. Oh my goodness. My co-author at the University of Illinois, Ralph Brubaker, is just signing on. I told him this goes way beyond collegial obligations. I said, you know, you don't have to spend your Sunday afternoon doing this. But Ralph
Oh,
is-
there's Tim Lougheed. Oh my gosh.
Where's Tim? Where's Tim? Wade Crawford. Oh my God, Wade, you're on too. This is crazy.
Hey, I'm
Hey, Marie is on. Isn't that something?
Hi, Heidi.
Hey, Marie. So everybody, Marie was the class president of my mother's high school class in New Jersey.
wow.
Yep. She goes back to when you guys would have been, well, all the way through school, or junior high school, right? So you guys would have been about 13.
Junior high through high school.
Junior high school.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's Samantha.
There's Sammy.
Mr. Greg Dixon is in the house.
Greg Dixon is in there.
Hi.
Wow. Tim, buddy.
Wait, I
Levi,
saw
what's
Joanna. Where'd she
Levi
go?
doing at this point?
Jacob.
Levi's here.
Is he
Levi's a
through-
lawyer.
That's what I wanted to know. He's
There's
finished-
Jamie.
He's through law school. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Where? Oh my God, I can't believe you're here, Wade. How awesome to see you. Crazy.
Wait, I haven't seen you in like 45 years.
Mark, I'm 1984 in Wyoming.
Wow. Yep. That's kind of back when I was young and handsome. Back when I looked like Greg. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
hey, Cindy. Cindy Gorenson's here. How awesome. Oh my goodness. And Janet's connecting. And wow.
I know I'm missing somebody. Hey, there's Cindy.
Yeah, Cindy.
How are you?
Pretty
Good.
soon we're going to need 2 pages. We're going to have to scroll back and forth.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through, seeing who's here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing if there's anybody on here I'd like, you know.
So bad. It's just bad. Okay.
And Adrian, and they are twins.
Hey, there's Jacob. Awesome.
Jacob.
Excellent. I can't believe it. This is so cool. Wow, it's really like, isn't this Wild Hansel's like a cross section of our lives?
I know.
Oh my
I
goodness.
see Todd Kaler coming in.
Oh, there's Melanie. There's Todd.
Hey.
There's Russell
Hello.
Ferguson. Wow.
This is Russell
Mr.
Ferguson. My mother will be here shortly.
Oh, how
Excellent.
wonderful. Thank you. for
Ferguson's. Oh, you both look
bringing
very
them up.
much like Carol.
Oh, it'll be great to see
Very
them.
cool.
We're here
Oh,
ready with
Sensei Ken
knots
is in the house.
in
too.
Akio Takamori dishes.
There's
So you
Jenny.
can sit
Oh,
over
my
there, Mom.
God. Golly, Jenny.
Okay, this is cool.
Yes, you can see
This
you.
is way cool. I know Sammy is doing a whole bunch of screenshots. I mean, just screenshots now. The cross section of our lives sitting in front of us is just remarkable. And Dad's life.
Amanda.
3 pages.
Amanda's there. Hi.
Hello.
Val's
How are
here.
you?
Hello. Oh, look how wonderful. Oh, we're so glad you guys made it. That's so
Oh, now we're up to 3 screens. God.
Are we up to 3 screens? Hey, Amanda.
I didn't know I had this many friends. This is awesome. You all.
Yeah, well,
Laurel.
it's just I do, Hans. Thank you to be Laurel. Oh, Laurel's here.
It's actually Carol that has that many friends.
Yeah,
There's Ralph. His video's on. Hey, Ralph.
it's impressive. Okay.
Oh, there's the Adams. Awesome. You guys made it. Oklahoma. There's Janet.
Kind of.
Sally.
Hey, this is kind of like the reception line as everybody's walking in. Right?
It really is.
Hey, there's Sally.
It's
Sally, I got your card. I'm horrible at writing back. Love you.
Mark too. There's Linnea from Scotland.
Oh my gosh.
Hi.
Hello. You have to.
Scotia.
Hey. Oh, we're from Loch Wobegon. Hello. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Mark. Hi, Heidi.
Hey, you guys. And Brian's logging on. I need Brian. Oh, look at that. It's a Josh. It's a Joshua.
And in your hair short.
Where's Josh? I don't see Josh. Where are you, Josh?
I just arrived. I was having trouble logging in.
The doctor's in the house.
I see Jamie still connecting to audio.
Are you going to tell us the story of all your travels?
We might do a few travel stories for sure. I guarantee you a few colorful dad travel stories. There's
I
Bob.
can see Heidi, so I must have joined. You're very good. Thank you so much.
Oh, perfect.
Good, Brian.
Perfect. Oh, and there's
I can hear you. I
Melanie
don't
too.
see it.
Okay, that's Heidi's talking at the moment.
Our Fergusons are here. God, everybody's
Oh,
here.
there's
This is
Malcolm. All right, we're in
I
great
think
shape.
you can say anything.
Joshua, you look good.
Right now.
Yeah, I'm getting old, man. Getting old. I think maybe you need a new pair of glasses.
That could be it.
Brendan's
Hey, there's Nadine. Nadine's here. Now we can start.
here. And Judith Olson is here. How wonderful. Hey, Judith.
Did the Adams have a cabin next to yours? The Adams?
No, the Gorensons did. No, the Adams. I don't know. How did you guys get to know Mom and Dad? Through Laramie activities.
Yeah, a lot of Laramie activities.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Jenny.
Oh, yeah. There's Jenny there. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Horn
This is pretty cool.
This is pretty amazing.
Everybody who I haven't called out is not because I don't love you. It's just I can't see you.
I know. You have to scroll the pages now. There's enough of us.
Well, there are 58 of us.
Is that right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom, it's 58 participants.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Those are 57 friends of my sisters and my dad's and one of mine.
I'll put it there. You can press this and see.
That's because I love you, Markham.
That's it.
How many people are actually on Zoom?
I have much to say.
Well, let's see if we've got 58.
Got 58 so far. So Heidi, I'm thinking we've got
I'm on,
we've got about 5 minutes after 1.
Yeah, I think we probably
We'll
ought
probably
to
keep having people join, but maybe we ought to get rolling.
I think we
Heidi.
should. We've got a bit of logistical
I
warm-up.
just want to say who's here. Billy Shoemaker and Charles Ferguson are calling in from the top of the Aquarius Mountains in Arizona.
Oh, that's great. Oh, welcome. Hey, Charles.
And Billy Shoemaker, he just drove by when I was waiting to get this call. I saw his truck. I said, that's a 5-horse. I'm not kidding you. That's a true story.
Shoemaker.
Of course, Billy, he said, say hello, Billy. Say hello. Hey, how's it going? So, okay, we said our piece, and we'll shut up and let you guys talk. Start your meeting. Cool.
Glad to have you guys. Okay, Hansel, I'm going to go to speaker view, and you can kick things off.
Yeah, so real quickly, everybody, needless to say, thank you all for coming. Heidi has put together kind of a, uh-oh, we got an echo.
Oh, no. Sorry. Whoa.
So first off, let's see if everybody can mute their phones, mute themselves.
Right there. Yeah. There's Paulette. You want me to move
It's
it?
better that we're not on audio, video.
Yeah, it may have been Heidi when you went to your
Speaker view?
presentation. Somehow you're coming through twice.
Let me just get out of that for a
There's
second.
Emily.
Hello?
Okay, so let me try it now. Do we still have the echo? Echo. Okay. So everybody already did it. Thank you all so much for coming. The big things here is just for logistics, if everybody can mute themselves. And then when, we have a few key people that are going to be giving little snippets of talks during this event. and just unmute yourself at that time. And if we see your lips moving and you're not saying anything, we'll have, we'll remind you to unmute. No worries. Heidi has been, I got to give a shout out to my sister. She has been working her tail off for like the last month putting this together. So I think we all need to hold her at perfection today. If it's anything less than that, we'll raise our scorecards at the end. If we're under like a 97, 98% failure. No, it's amazing. I've got to see this twice now. The things I would recommend is, as you guys need to take a break, go do it. Bathroom break, warm up your coffee, do whatever. Roughly, this is probably going to last about 75, maybe 80 minutes, depending on if somebody like me gets long-winded and it goes a little bit longer. So take a break as you need it. At the end of the formal program, we're going to have a little 5-minute break. Everybody can still stay on and shout out. But literally, we're going to take a bathroom, warm up your coffee, get a scotch break, and then we're going to kind of open it up. And our first 2 speakers after that are going to kick it off for everybody else, just kind of for an open mic. And then you guys just fade away as you need to. Don't feel like you have to stay till 10 o'clock tonight. Well, unless you're over in Scotland. But everybody else, what I would recommend is have a glass of water, grab some Kleenex ahead of time. And this should really be good. So I'm going to turn this over to Heidi for some more of the logistics. For anybody having issues, thoughts, she can share her screen and get started with this. It's going to be this is dinner and a movie. If you brought dinner, you're in good shape. If not, maybe the popcorn. Heidi, it's all yours.
Okay.
Thanks for doing
Let me just get myself set back up just a little bit here. Okay, so I need to share my screen. I still have mine too. And Hansel, I made you a co-host.
Very awesome.
You should be able to see the list of participants and you can manage some of the sound. Okay, come on, here we go. You want to do some muting before we get going, just because it might be hard for some people to mute.
Yeah, if I do hear some noise and I can tell where it's coming from, you guys don't be alarmed if I mute you. I think I have the power that I have. So if that happens, sorry, but I'll try to mute if I can figure out where it's coming from. It's probably
Mark, and you can mute us. We're on a mountaintop. We're just going to listen.
That sounds great. You got the good view.
Okay.
All right, Heidi.
All righty. Well, listen, welcome everybody. And it's just an enormous pleasure. It's an enormous honor to have you all here with us today. Dad would be beaming. If he could, he'd be running around and hugging all of you and giving you his big thumbs up and cackling over the tales that you're going to share today. Okay. I want to begin with a bit of logistical information because as Hansel just said, today's program, at least the sort of organized part of the program, is going to consist of a PowerPoint program, a PowerPoint survey of Dad's life, his childhood, his career, his passions, his projects, his family ties, and his deep bonds of friendship. And as the slideshow progresses, then various family members and friends are going to offer short tributes. And so to get the most out of the program, you're going to want to be able to see the full slides while also seeing the person who is speaking in a thumbnail square over on the right. And I'm just going to turn it over to my daughter, Jillian, right now, because she can give you just a few instructions about how you might best accomplish this split screen on your machine if you don't spend your life on Zoom already knowing how. So, but just as she's about to unmute herself, I sent this around by email, but if you want to just sort of jot down phone numbers right now, if you have any technical problems during this program, if you just like to optimize something that isn't optimal for you, you can pull out your cell phone and call either Dawn Raridan or Betsy Ruckman, dear friends of the family who are both very tech savvy and have offered to be our IT support staff. And so you can call them up and say, how do I get the thumbnail of the person talking separate from the slide and so forth. And they can do a bit of troubleshooting for you around the edges. Okay, Jillian, would you like to just give us a few technical pointers?
Sure, yeah, happy to. So for everyone who's been lucky enough to avoid daily Zoom calls, if you look up in the top right corner of your screen, and it may not work if you're on mobile, you should see a little button that says view, and you have some options. We're going to recommend that you select the side-by-side speaker option, and that will allow you to see the slideshow and whoever is speaking at the time. And a pro tip here is if you go to the division between them, there's a little line, and you can click on it and slide it back and forth so you can kind of adjust how much of the person you see versus how much of the slide. So that's how we recommend seeing this presentation today.
And also, if you find it hard to hear, you may need to turn up your volume on your computer. The volume that you get is primarily a function of your volume setting on your computer. So if you're struggling to hear, search out your audio and raise the volume on your own program. And if any of that went by too quickly, again, please, please, please call either Dawn or Betsy, because they are more than happy to give you little tips like this, and to do so slowly enough that you can really work through them and get the most out of this program. Okay, before I begin, I want to issue an apology about the fact that our family has a habit of using nicknames for people that bear no resemblance to their given names. So I'm going to refer to Carol as Dad, but that's not going to cause any of you any confusion. But what might cause you confusion is the fact that I call my brother Hansel, not Markham. Now, Mom always called Hansel Hansel. And as a result, I always did, and various members of the family always did, and my whole immediate family does. But of course, he goes by Markham professionally. Dad always called him Markham. The Hurd side of the family calls him Markham. But in any case, whenever you hear reference to Hansel or reference to Markham, it's the same incredibly ugly person. Now, Dad's family always called Dad and his twin brother not by their first names, but by their middle names. And Dad's middle name was Parsons, and that got shortened to Parsi. So you'll hear people talk about Parsi or about their Uncle Parsi. They're talking about Carol. Okay, let's begin. So Dad and his twin brother Dyer were the first two of 5 boys born to May and John Hurd of Sweet Springs, Missouri on October 27th, 1926. Now, his parents were prominent farmers in the community, and his dad was also a banker for a time until the Great Depression that cost him both the bank that he'd founded and the farm upon which they all depended. And Dad always talked about the fact that the only 2 times he ever saw his father cry was when his dad lost the bank and lost the farm. And Dad always said that watching his parents struggle against the whims of the weather and the fickleness of agricultural markets sealed his plans to take a very different path in life. Because as he put it, he just didn't have the courage to put everything on the line every year the way farmers are forced to do. But oh, he loved his family. He was a devoted son who admired his parents enormously, and he was deeply bonded to his brothers. And of course, growing up, most especially to his twin brother Dyer. And one of his greatest points of pride in life was that 70 years to the day that he and Dyer came into the world, the next set of twins in the Hurd family came along, namely my own Aidan and Jillian. And there was a fun family pool that was started in anticipation of my twins' arrival, but no one thought that lightning could strike twice, so even Dad didn't bet on his own birthday. So now Dad's was a big clan. If one constructs family trees, one can think of Dad's family as a forest. His father's side, the Hurd side, comprised of enormous oaks, and his mother's side, the Kindle side, comprised of dancing hickories. So his dad always described them when he'd have a scotch in his hand, and this may or may not resonate with the Hurds and the Kindles on the line, but hey, this is my dad's description. I'm just going to pause for just a second. Can we make sure that everybody's muted? If you're double check that you're muted, and if you're not muted, if you can mute yourself, or Hansel, if you could go through the list of participants and see if you can mute people.
I'm working on it.
Okay, great. I'm getting some competition. Okay, so his dad always described them. The Hurds were of serious purpose and somewhat stern devotion to family and work and church, while the Kindles were effusively playful and sometimes even boisterous. Well, we are very lucky today to have many Hurd oaks and many Kindle hickories in our little virtual ecosystem here. With Dad's passing, his cousin Russell Sims has become the patriarch of the Hurd family. And his cousin Cody, who you see above, or you see in this picture, this big family picture, in the little black coat in the front row, has now become the matriarch of the Kindle family. A woman of remarkable beauty and grace and kindness. She wanted to be here today. Technological hurdles prevented it, but she sends us all her love. So there was always some debate about whether Dad and Dyer were identical twins. Dad used to laugh over the fact that many couldn't tell them apart unless they knew that they were mirror twins with identical characteristics that were flipped. So Dad was left-handed and Dyer was right-handed. And they had cowlicks on the back of their heads that rotated in opposite directions. And Dad loved to tell of the time that he persuaded Dyer to take his place in a high school history teacher, the history class, because he wanted to skip school to be with his childhood sweetheart, Becky Daniels. But unfortunately for him, his history teacher was pretty savvy. And when he saw Dyer writing with his right hand, Dad was cooked. And he had to clean boards after school for a month for that failed ruse. So Dad spent his whole adult life living far from his parents and his brothers, while all the while taking those relationships to be the most defining in his life. And today only Dawn, sort of the baby of the family, lives to tell the tales of their childhood. And because there were 14 years between them, Dad had left for college and had ultimately gone on to the early years of his career before Dawn was really old enough to know him. And so as a result, their relationship really came into fruition, not during their childhood years, but during Dad's golden years. Now, Dawn is here today, and you're going to hear from him in a minute. But also with us today is a multi-generational representation of the large Hurd Kindle clan. So Dad adored his sisters-in-law, every one of whom became very dear to him. And today we're joined by Dawn's wife, Phyllis, and Johnny Bill's wife, Nadine, both of whom Dad held in extraordinarily high esteem. And also with us today is Dad's brother-in-law, my mother's only brother, David Lamal, who Dad admired enormously and whose late wife, Lee, did much to knit the East Coast Lamal family together with the Midwestern and Western Hurd family. And we hope that we're going to hear from all of these very special participants during the open mic segment that's going to follow. But now for our first tribute of the program, I'm going to turn things over to Dad's beloved brother, my Uncle Donnie, my Uncle Donnie.
Hello, I'm Don. I'm the youngest and the baby and the spoiledest. And if you don't think so, you should ask Parsi any day of the week. I really don't have much to say about the years because we never had any correspondence much. It wasn't until the loss of our three brothers and his wife. This acquaintance, I'm back. And I'm sorry, I just can't handle this. But I love him. He loved only his family. And I love them all. They're my brothers.
Lovely.
Thanks, Donnie.
I hope everybody's got their Kleenex box next to them because you're allowed to do that all the way through the hour to come. And I'm sure I will, because after every one of you talk, I'm going to have a hard time recovering. So also with us today are many of Dad's 14 nieces and nephews from both the Hurd side of the family and the Lamal side of the family, as well as many of their children and their children's children. And that they are here is testament to Dad's boundless love of family and his investment in the lives of those who carry the family torches forward. So here to say a word on behalf of the next generations of the family who love their Uncle Parsi or their Uncle Carol, here is the second son of Dad's brother, Johnny Bill, who probably spent the most time of all of my cousins with Dad, my cousin, John Lane.
Thanks, Heidi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Carol Parsons Heard, Uncle Parsi, maybe Uncle Preach to some, and or Uncle Carol, our Uncle Carol. But what an amazing life lived, 94 years. I think all that he accomplished and did in those 94 years would be more like 2 lifetimes to the normal average person. I got to spend a great deal of time of my life living and working in Laramie. So, that provided a lot of opportunities to hang out, spend some time with Uncle Parsi and Aunt Jeannie, birthdays, Mother's and Father's Days, cookouts at the cabin, from time to time, and just so many great memories were made. One of my 2 kiddos, Jacob, he had the interaction with Uncle Parsi probably growing up and as he grew up. And he had a great perspective that he shared with me when we were talking about Unc's passing. And he said, when I was little, growing up, I always thought of Uncle Parsi as this some sort of big celebrity. I mean, he was always traveling, he had these awesome places that he visited, hiking all these peaks. And he was at Geneva and he talked to all the world leaders and he was right there. And I said, I just thought he was this big celebrity, because we got to live vicariously through, Christmas letters, and he got to hear the stories and stuff like that. So I just laughed. I wished that I could tell Uncle Parsi that story, because I can just hear him right now with that signature laugh, that barrel laugh, and oh yes, yep, I'm a celebrity. Absolutely, I'm a celebrity. And so I do think he was a celebrity in a lot of ways. He impacted so many people's lives, some friends and family, a lot of colleagues, and probably a few adversaries. He just stood up to so many who maybe couldn't stand up for themselves or needed some help to do that. I know he fought a lot of battles for others along the way, and always doing right by somebody, always trying to help people along the way. And he really definitely had an impact on me. Those years in Laramie were a benefit. He helped me out when I was going through a rough patch and getting through a divorce and some of those kind of things. And we made a few trips to Denver together, looking into the Amway business and things like that. Hiked Sheep Mountain a couple of times, hunkered under a tree during a thunderstorm. I kind of wondered, Unc, should we really be under this tree right now with lightning? He said, well, we really don't have any other place to go. So, and Todd was there too. And then, working for WyoTech provided so many trips that I was able to come in and talk to him and stuff and visit, which was either a breakfast, coffee, scotch, or a dinner. And for breakfast, it was at the Chuck Wagon, and for dinner, it was at the Applebee's. And particularly those, after Aunt Jeannie had passed. But he would tell me stories of how he grew up in Sweet Springs and, being born into the Great Depression. And as Heidi said, watching his parents go through so much struggle and the sacrifices that his mom and dad made, I think really made him want to go out and change the world. We'd be sitting in Applebee's and we'd have tears just going down the cheek, just telling and reliving those stories. But we talk about politics from time to time. And the main theme there was just, why can't we just all get along? And then to kind of close maybe with a laugh, certainly some perspective in life. It was early, probably 2019, kind of right before he was going to make the move up to Seattle and get closer to Markham. And we were at the usual hangout. We were at the Chuck Wagon for breakfast. I'd come in to do some work in Laramie, and we were talking. He was talking about the move, kind of struggling with that and what that was going to be, and laughing. He took a sip of coffee, and said, well, if I'd have known I was going to live this long and it was going to be this damned expensive, I would have worked a little harder on the end. And then he let out that laugh. But possibly some advice for some of us from our younger folks. But anyway, love my uncle. I loved all my uncles. I love all my uncles. I love you, Uncle Don. Cheers, Uncle Parsi. Love you.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you, JL. So Dad set about authoring his life story by pursuing a bachelor's degree in political science, really political philosophy, at the University of Central Missouri. And he was then accepted to the master's program in American government at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, where the faculty was sufficiently impressed with his promise that they allowed him to take leaves of absence to serve as President Truman's junior speechwriter during the 1948 Whistle Stop campaign. And it was that experience that not only made Dad a lifelong self-described staunch Democrat, but forged in him a conviction that legal and political institutions can be harnessed to advance moral causes and secure increased justice if they're responsive to the teaching of moral leaders and moral philosophy. And it was this conviction that propelled him to get a PhD in political science, again, the theory side, political theory, at the University of Missouri, and then to do postdoctoral studies in theology at both St. Louis's Eden Theological Seminary and Denver's Iliff School of Theology. He then launched his career in academia as an associate professor of political science and the dean of students at Westminster College in Salt Lake City, Utah. And there, not long after he started, he was asked to lead a search for a new dean of women. And somehow he learned through some grapevine of a young woman who had recently graduated at the top of her class in nursing at Yale University after obtaining a master's degree in religious education. And he took a gamble and he called her up. But when Jean Marie Lamal answered the phone and heard his initial explanation for his call, she hung up on him because she was so convinced it was a prank orchestrated by her dorm mates. Well, he finally managed to get her to talk to him, and he said that he set his sights on winning her the minute that she stepped through his office door in Salt Lake City for her initial interview. And he did, of course, succeed at winning her, although it was an uphill battle because Mom at the time was committed Republican, and she took a very dim view of marrying a Truman Democrat. What we all know, of course, is that as the years went by, she outdid Dad and out-Truman Truman in her devotion to bringing straight talk to issues of justice, famously wielding her so-called poison pen to address wealth disparities and racial injustice and child and elder abuse and discrimination and the uneven distribution of healthcare. So Dad and Mom were married in her hometown of Fanwood, New Jersey in 1957. And the photo here on the right was always a family meme before there were memes, because Dad was sufficiently short that Mom could never wear heels. And so for their wedding, she wore satin ballet slippers. But when the ceremony ended, it was pouring rain. And rather than ruin her new slippers, she left the church barefooted with her slippers in her hand. So Dad and Mom went on to have a 56-year marriage, a marriage full of merriment and mirth, of love and joy that was founded on mutual deep-seated respect for each other's talents and passions, ambitions and projects. They started every day with an hour of coffee. They ended every day with an hour of scotch. Well, Dad would drink the scotch and teetotaling Mom would have her orange juice. And Hansel and I warmly recall the steady hum of their animated conversations, punctuated by Dad's, eruption into his signature cackles or Mom's harumphing about some new affront to her sense of justice. During their 56 years of marriage, they grew their own branch of the family tree, having 2 children, my brother Markham and me, who happily won them a wonderful daughter-in-law, Molly, who you'll hear from later, as well as an admiring son-in-law, Michael, who will kick off our open mic segment. And these alliances brought them much beloved grandchildren. Hansel and Molly gave them grandson McKinnon and Mariah, pictured here, and you'll hear from them soon. And Michael and I introduced them to the joys and the challenges of a blended family, because Michael brought 2 daughters to our marriage, Samantha and Ellen, and then we had our twins, Jillian and Aiden. And when Jillian and Aiden were only still just anticipated, Mom and Dad wanted Samantha and Ellen to know that they considered them very much their grandchildren too. And so they hosted a little formal ceremony at which they gave Samantha and Ellen certificates of adoption. And you're seeing the girls reading those certificates in the photo on this page. And you'll be hearing from this blended cohort of grandkids in the program to come. In recent years, Dad acquired the equivalent of 2 more grandsons, Ellen's hubby, Paul, who Dad became very fond of, and who he regularly hailed as top of the class and a prince of a guy, and Levi Kelly, who was a kindred spirit and who Dad regularly referred to as his chief of staff. And you'll be hearing from Levi at the end of the program. So Dad's and Mom's personal and professional marriage as the Dean of Students and the Dean of Women at Westminster College began here in this little apartment in Salt Lake City. And I always said that Dad was the most fervent feminist I ever knew, but you sure wouldn't know it from this 1950s instantiation of traditional roles, would you? But it was here where they set out to have an awful lot of fun together. So for example, they caused their colleagues much mirth at a Halloween party when they came dressed as each other. Dad in drag as a nurse and Mom suited up as a Truman enthusiast. But you know, I think that it might have been this early experiment with cross-dressing that inspired Dad's lifelong love of costumed foolery, because in the years to come, he went in drag to altogether too many parties, and he thoroughly reveled in donning all sorts of wacky get-ups that would make friends chortle with laughter and make our mother just shake her head with feigned embarrassment. And when he wasn't, you know, himself donning goofy garb, he was dressing up his pets and even his grandkids. And of course, though, this is what made him such a warm father and such a fun grandfather. And now to give a tribute to his wonderfully wacky papa, I'm going to turn you over to grandson McKinnon, about whom Dad would wax on at length to all who would listen. So proud was he of McKinnon's many talents and his gentle spirit. So McKinnon, you're on.
Awesome. So some of my fondest memories of Pops, mostly as a kid, a lot at Pops' place in Wyoming, with his countless numbers of gnomes, lawn chairs, the telephone booth, and the playhouse. He had that place set up awesomely for kids to play in, and it was so cool growing up there. As well as the loft at the cabin, all the toys up there. It was something, especially Christmas time up there as a kid. So cool. And not just in Wyoming. You know, we used to go when Pops would fly up to Seattle area. We'd go down as a family, pick him up from the airport. He'd always sit in the back with me and Mariah. And on the way home, he'd pretend to fall asleep all the time. And we'd bug him, and then we'd wake him up, and then he'd pop up and be like, oh, who's that? What was that? Who was that? And we'd hide in the corner, pretend like it wasn't us, and then he'd go back to it, fall back asleep, and we'd do that the whole way home. And after thinking through, just all these memories of him, mostly as a kid, I realized that in every one of them, he was always interested in what we were doing, always devoting time to us, giving us a cool place to play in and grow up in, giving us one heck of a childhood. And that was super awesome. And he was an awesome dude. Yeah. And I loved him.
That's great. It's perfect. It's just perfect. He'd be so tickled right now. So Dad had a meteoric career in the academy, achieving rapid promotions and ultimately moving from an untenured professorship to an academic vice presidency within 12 years. He began the march when he moved from his position at Westminster College to the University of Wyoming in 1958, where he became a full professor of political science. And while there, he published extensively on topics like social Darwinism and the rise of big government and the apartheid-like structures within American law that entrenched disadvantages for Native Americans. And he took it to be the ultimate compliment when he ran afoul of Eugene McCarthy's Un-American Activities Committee, getting formally blacklisted during that dark period of American history. He then got caught up in the excitement that surrounded the creation of community colleges, taking them to be incredibly promising means by which to expand educational access and opportunity. And so he took the position of president at the newly founded Sheridan College in Northern Wyoming. But as he would say, he let traditional ladder climbing ambitions get the better of him, and he soon returned to the university system, taking the chairmanship of the Department of Government at the University of Utah back in Salt Lake City, where Hansel was born in 1963. From there, he moved to Bradley University in Peoria, Illinois, to become the Dean of Arts and Sciences. And he then capped off his academic career by becoming the Vice President for Academic Affairs at Humboldt State University in Northern California, where his adopted granddaughter, Samantha, would eventually do her BA. Now, I don't have any professional photos that correspond to his appointments at Sheridan College and Bradley University, but last summer when he came to live with us for several months in Illinois, we took him back to Bradley University, and there he stood on the steps of his old administration building, where the windows to his main floor corner office can be seen behind him in the photo to the right. But of all the places that in which he forged his academic career, it was his time at the University of Wyoming that was ultimately life-defining. There, he and Mom settled into a lovely but drafty old ranch house on the plains west of Laramie, called the Palmer Place, and that was where I was born in 1960. And it was also there that lifelong friendships were forged, friendships with a whole lot of people who are in our Zoom room today. And one of those is Terry Iverson, who as a young undergraduate student took one of the earliest classes in American government that Dad taught at the University of Wyoming, and who ultimately himself crafted an academic career that took him to the University of Illinois, where he and Michael and I and Ralph Brubaker in the Zoom room have been colleagues for the past 2 decades. And so here to give you a glimpse of the young Professor Hurd through the lens of his undergraduate memories is Terry Iverson.
Woo-hoo. Thank you, Heidi. Carol P. Hurd, political science professor, University of Wyoming, 1958 to 1962. As my professor, during the 1961 academic year, I enrolled in 2 of Professor Hurd's graduate seminars with about 10 students in each. The first seminar focused on political theory, the study of belief systems around the world, religious, political, economic, a fascinating course. The second dealt with American constitutional law, one of my very favorite college subjects. A memorable experience occurred when I gave a presentation on the separate but equal doctrine, Supreme Court cases dealing with racial segregation in the United States. On the chalkboard, I misspelled the word separate, S-E-P-E-R-A-T-E, the way I had always spelt it. Professor Hurd immediately brought this to my attention and did so without embarrassing me before the class. I never forgot that moment of kindness. During his years at Wyoming, Carol Hurd was highly respected by his students. He was always well known for his considerable knowledge of the subject matter he taught, the high expectations he had for each of his students, and the toughness and fairness of his grading system. A treasured moment occurred in December of 1961 when Professor Hurd invited his seminar students to his country home, the Palmer Place, for some holiday cheer. There we met his beloved wife, Jeannie, and their precocious 1.5-year-old daughter, Heidi. What a wonderful experience that was. As my mentor, during the 1961 academic year, I was also a graduate teaching assistant in a political science department. In January 1962, Professor Hurd noticed that I was anxious as I was about to meet my class for the first time. He invited me into his office and gave me a few tips on how to be a good instructor. I was so appreciative. I never forgot what I learned from Carol Hurd as my professor. And as my mentor, I've always appreciated the sage advice he gave me about teaching. And oh yes, thanks to Carol Hurd, I never misspelled the word separate again.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Terry. And my mistake, I was thinking you were an undergraduate, but you were a graduate student. Okay. So Dad's ensuing years in academia were the years of our early childhood, but they were also crucially years that forged my own long-term ambitions in ways that neither I nor my father could ever have predicted. You know, people have often asked me how I became a philosopher and why I focused my philosophical interests on the law. And the first half of the answer reaches all the way back to these early years. Dad always said that having grown up with 4 brothers, he had no idea what to do with a daughter. So he did what he did best. He treated me like a student. And every month we'd have a date. And I'd get dressed up in my Sunday best, and he'd take me out for dinner at age 3, age 4, age 5, age 6. And at these dinners, he would introduce me to alternative schools of philosophical thought, always making interesting and exciting lessons about libertarianism and Marxism and Cartesian realism and Husserl's phenomenology and Kant's rights theory and Bentham's utilitarianism. So at 5, I was an avowed utilitarian, and at 6, I was a pragmatist, and at 7, I was a deontologist, and at 8, I was a Platonist, at 9, I was an Aristotelian. Indeed, I was in the 4th grade when I was sent to the principal's office by a teacher who'd gone around the room to ask what religion each class member was. And she was made very indignant when I proclaimed at the top of my lungs that I was an existentialist. And so you see, it's really no wonder that I became a philosopher, because in my case, the apple didn't even fall off the tree. But you know, Wyoming wasn't just an incredibly important professional crucible, both for Dad and ultimately very unpredictably for me. It was also a place into which Dad and Mom sunk their deepest psychological roots. And this was for a number of reasons. An incredibly important one was the connection they forged with the Orr family, with Joe and Amelia Orr and their 4 kids. The Orrs became incredibly important to my parents and to Hansel and me. And even when we left Wyoming for many years, going back to Wyoming for summers and Christmases always meant going back to the Orrs. And here to talk about the extraordinary emotional threads that wove Joe and Amelia, Jeannie and Carol together and that have held tight the friendships between their children and children's children is Brian Francis. Now, Brian wasn't born in Orr. He's a Brit who married Melanie, the eldest of Joe and Amelia's 4 children. This whole cast of characters is in the Zoom room right now. But he's the acknowledged patriarch of that large and loving family, and he forged a very close friendship with Dad. And so it's altogether fitting that he speak to the decades-long friendship that he had with Dad and to the intergenerational and interfamilial web of friendships that we all hope will last for many decades to come. So Brian?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
If you can get even closer to your...
Okay.
A little faint.
When I came to America in 1968, and I met Melanie, and then I met the Orr family, and then I met the Hurd family, and we all sort of hit it off. And we went camping, and we went, of course, to the Hurd cabin up on Libby Creek. And we had just a wonderful time. And I remember that the very first time I went to that cabin, I walked down this little path to the creek and the bridge. And there, splashing about in the ice-cold water, were Heidi and Hansel. And I thought, my God, this is going to stunt their growth. And but that didn't turn out to be true. And but talking about Hansel's name, I never knew Hansel as anybody but Hansel. And then one day, Carol started talking about Markham. And I said, who's Markham? And he said, well, that's Hansel's real name. So I said, well, what's Heidi's real name? And he said, well, it's Heidi. And I thought, well, that's not fair. Hansel gets 2 names and Heidi only gets 1. Well, soon after that, the herds went off to Canada. We went to England, and the all sort of got spread out a bit. But we kept in touch very much because the Herd family came back to their cabin at Libby Creek in the Christmas time and in the summer. And we always met up. I remember that Carol said that he drove from Canada and Jeannie slept all the way in the car. And I said, why is that? And I figured out that it had to be because saving the world was very tiring. And so Jeannie had to sleep it off. Anyway, during that time, Heidi spent a few months, I think it was, or at least weeks, living with Grandy. And Grandy Joe taught her something very important. And that is that you have to go to enormous lengths to avoid answering the doorbell. You have to disappear out of a window, down a drain pipe, and walk off. So she learned something very important. I think that was the basis of some philosophical essay. Anyway, and Hansel, he had to go to the Ryan Ranch PhD Rehabilitation Center, where he drove a sweep in the hayfields one summer, and I was working there too, rehabilitating. Anyway, it was all very, very enjoyable. And I've got my daughters, they all remember with great fondness going up to the Herd cabin at Christmas time for their parties in the Herd cabin because they were special. Jeannie and Carol were just wonderful hosts. Carol was always there with a scotch in his hand. For a long time, I don't ever remember him ever being without one. But anyway, he was in charge of the drinks, and Jeannie was in charge of entertaining the children. She would play the piano and sing songs with them, and then they'd go sledding down the hill. It was all wonderful for them. Also, there was a special ladder at the Herd cabin, and they always mentioned this ladder, like it was something that they had to climb up. Anyway, eventually Carol and Jeannie came back to Laramie, and it was a great joy for us because we could spend more time with them. And as was mentioned before, when you went to visit them, you had to say hello to dogs, you had to say hello to cats, and you had to say hello to the garden gnomes because they were greeting you there, and every day they wanted you to say, hello, garden gnomes. So we did. Anyway, I then asked Carol one day, I said, how did you meet Jeannie? Well, Heidi's given us a long recipe of how they met, but that wasn't what Carol told me. He said to me, he said, mice. I said, mice? And Carol said, yes, mice. Jeannie had too many of them, and I knew how to reduce the number. Anyway, I suppose when you start with mice, after that, everything's up, right? So it had to get better after that. So 3 things that I remember Carol about incredibly well. The first was that he was very committed. He was committed to everything that he did. He was committed to Jeannie. He was committed to his family. He was committed to the tribes and the native peoples of the world. He wanted to do better for them. And he was particularly committed to climbing every 14,000-foot peak he could find on the map. And mentioned before, he ran these walks across Sheep Mountain, and he would go clop, clop, clop with his little legs going up the hill, plop, 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 so fast, I couldn't keep up with him. Anyway, and he was a lot older than me, which was a bit embarrassing, but never mind, he got me over the mountain. The second thing is he was this most joyful character. There was joy just came out of him. It was like an infection. It infected everybody he came across. And I remember with there was great joy in my heart. I used to take trips to Cheyenne with him. He had medical things to see to. And we laughed all the way there, and we laughed all the way back about all sorts of things. characters, situations, public affairs. It was just joyful. And I might say this, I see in Heidi and Hansel an amazing amount of his joyfulness in them. It's wonderful. And then the last thing is, he wasn't, there's a wonderful expression in America, he wasn't too big for his boots, or he is too big for his boots. Well, Carol was never too big for his boots. It didn't matter what he'd done and all the accomplishments he had in his life. It was all secondary. It was all, that's the way it was. Whoever he came across didn't matter. He would help them. He would do what he could for them. He was an amazingly kind and decent person. So now let me finish with a phrase that Carol used to say over and over again. He used to wave his finger and he'd say, we had some discussion and he'd say, and the point I'm going to make is, and then he'd say the point. Well, today I get to make the point. And the point I'm going to make is that our great friend, Carol Hurd, thank you for your brilliant life, your wonderful life. Thank you.
That was wonderful. That was fabulous. And yes, he would preface so many sentences with, and the point I'm making is, and Mom would roll her eyes. Never say anything. A second reason that Dad and Mom sunk deep psychological roots in Wyoming was because it is there in the Snowy Range that they bought and rebuilt our family cabin, which fast became our one true home. You know, they'd moved Hansel and me so often because of Dad's rapid academic ascent that one day I came home from elementary school and tearfully reported that the teacher had asked each student where our homes were, and I replied that I didn't have a home. And so Dad and Mom found the burnt out shell of a 2-room log cabin on leased land in the Medicine Bow National Forest, and they set about making it the heart and soul of our family. It didn't have running water, and eventually it had running water in the summer, but not in the winter. It didn't have indoor plumbing. There was an outhouse. And of course, it didn't have telephones or TVs or anything like that. And as they set about making this our home, they clenched a deep friendship with our cabin neighbors, Fred and Lavada Goranson, and their 3 children, who, like the successive generations of Orrs, have remained great friends. And indeed, we're joined today by the Goransons' daughter-in-law, Cindy, and by their youngest daughter, Linnea, and her husband and son, all of whom are zooming in from Scotland to be part of this celebration. So the cabin became the epicenter of the Hurd universe. In the summers, we'd swim in the creek and hike the many trails around Medicine Bow. And in the winter, we would walk many miles, often through deep snow, packing in supplies and Christmas presents so that we could wrap them, so that we could unwrap them, so that we could pack them all out and pack them all up and pack them all out again. And you will see me in that one picture holding a gunny sack. That sack contained our cat, whichever cat it was at the time, with whom I would wrestle for all of the miles required to get that damned animal in and out of our remote wintry refuge. But you know, the cabin wasn't just important to Dad and Mom, to Hansel and me, and to the many friends, including so many of you who enjoyed my parents' exuberant hospitality there. It fast became important to Hansel's children and my own. Indeed, it became for them what it had been for us, a place of love and fun with their grandparents, but also a place that taught them the significance of wilderness, a love for the American West, and the importance of a conservation ethic. And so now to talk about the ways in which her grandpa instilled in her the love of nature that has inspired her to fight wildfires in the West and to become a conservation ecologist. Here's my daughter, Jillian.
Hi, everybody. Grandpa's life was really special. His lifestyle is quickly diminishing in the West. He lived in a way that very few people do anymore. And in many ways, it was all too easy as a kid to take our experiences in the mountains with him for granted. And perhaps that's a testament to the ease with which he lived in Wyoming's wildest landscapes during the decades of his later life. But sometimes, particularly on those cold winter nights when we got to snowmobile into the cabin, under such a spectacular array of stars, I would sit on the back of that snowmobile with my arms around him, often with the dog behind me, and just feel overcome with that particular breed of amazement that can only be found under that big Wyoming sky. To grow up with Grandpa in our childhoods was to grow up with the mountains in our souls. His energy and his fierce love, both for us and for that wild country up there, was imparted during so many backpacking trips, fishing, hiking, skiing with him at an age when most grandfathers would be entertaining their grandkids exclusively indoors. Now, I got pretty lucky because I was able to take a trip with him, just the two of us, to the Red Desert of Wyoming, where we were chasing sightings of wild horses when I was perhaps 11 or 12. And I had never been to the Red Desert before. It is rough and desolate country out there. And we camped primitively in the back of his old Tahoe, which is a practice I continue to this day with fond recollections of that first trip. So I have two inseparable memories from that time etched in my mind jointly. So first would be our shared elation upon seeing these spectacular herds of wild horses and pronghorn antelope just running freely across their open range in that high desert. Grandpa's contagious enthusiasm, which has been mentioned before, was a quality that was appreciated by almost everybody who met him. But these moments with him in particular stand out to me as examples of just pure unrestrained joy. Second, our shared horror at the strip mines, coal plants, oil rigs, uranium drilling that littered the landscape out there, ripping away any illusion that the West was the wild place it was even during Grandpa's childhood. I looked it up afterwards and was horrified as a child even to find out that an 84% of the Red Desert has been industrialized by oil, gas, and other enterprise. And the marriage of these images in my mind has really retained its potency even these 12 or 15 years later. I have since come to the realization that the defense of places like these is a calling that I feel in the core of my being, and it's informed my choices to fight wildfire and study conservation ecology. And I feel Grandpa's hand in these missions strongly, inspired by his wonderful ability to combine his academic interests with a profound practical worldliness. Driving west before last fire season, I found myself back at the herd cabin, and this was the first time that I'd been there without him and without him in Wyoming even. And I sat down by Libby Creek, and I drew strength from the recollection of all of those wonderful times together in the high country. And I realized, perhaps for the first time, just how much his life lived so closely with the mountains impressed me with a vision for my own. Grandpa fought tirelessly for the indigenous peoples who were driven from lands that are now threatened from all fronts. And I hope that I can fill his shoes as I fight for their conservation and the well-being of their human and their non-human inhabitants. If I'm lucky, I can do it with his cheerful good grace and singing all of his wonderful songs, Goodbye Old Paint and the Missouri Waltz, with whoever will join me in the high country as he used to.
It was brilliant, Judge. That was lovely. Now, one of the things that Dad inspired in Jillian was a great love of the piano. Dad loved to play the piano and the organ, and he loved to sing in his crooning baritone voice. But, you know, as his eyesight failed him, he stopped playing, and only Jillian could convince him to sit at the piano again and revisit old tunes that he'd always loved, and they loved together. So now listen and watch.
Sorry.
Keep going. That's great. Keep going. She'll improvise around you.
Do
you have any other songs you like?
I certainly have. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Make something up, Judge. Spectacular.
We might get on.
So in his early 40s, Dad found himself irritated by academic politics and altogether too far from the classroom and from the scholarship that had inspired an academic career to begin with. And so he decided to change course in a very big way. He and Mom sold everything they owned, save what they could stow in that little 2-bedroom mountain cabin. They packed up our little travel trailer and they moved to Vancouver, British Columbia, where Mom worked 2 jobs to put Dad through law school at the University of British Columbia. And those must have been incredibly stressful years for both of them, living as they were in a 1-bedroom basement apartment where they gave Hansel and me the 1 bedroom and constructed theirs in a kind of wide space in the hall. But you know, they masked their stress as well because those were happy years for Hansel and me. And it was there that Dad unwittingly completed the task of making me into my father's daughter. Gone were the days of fancy dinners learning about Plato. But instead, every evening, he would take a break from the enormous law books piled atop his milk crate constructed desk. And he'd sit me on his knee and he'd give me the case for the day. It would be a torts case or a property case or a constitutional law case, and I'd be asked to solve it. And so you see, I was destined to become not just a philosopher, but a legal philosopher. And when I received my PhD in philosophy after receiving my law degree, Dad gave me for Christmas his doctoral robe from the University of Missouri. And that's the significance of the photo on the right here, in which I'm wearing his robe and I'm holding up a photo of him wearing it with superimposed images of me as a child goofing about with his mortarboard. And to this day, I wear this robe for all spring convocation ceremonies, always reflecting on the road that it has traveled since first being worn by that brash young man now 65 years ago. You know, I used to think that parental pride was the reward paid to children for ambitious achievements, a reward that remained important even when those children became adults. And surely that's true. But it took becoming a parent to understand that the achievements of children are equally the reward for successful nurturing by ambitious parents. And so it was because it meant so much to my dad that I look back with particular pleasure on the fact that he was able to attend my investiture in an endowed chair at the University of Illinois in 2018. It was nice to be so honored. It was great to have an excuse that brought a large number of our extended family members to Illinois. But the best thing about it was how honored he was to know that all of the philosophical dinners and all of the cases for the day with which he seeded my love of ideas had given life to a career that honored his own career by emulating it. Now, upon the completion of his law degree, Dad found his way into his second career, one that would sustain him until the day he died. He first landed a job with the Department of Indian Affairs in Manitoba, but he quickly concluded that he was on the wrong side of the legal wars that were still being fought between Canada's First Nations and the politicians who wanted to determine their fates. And so he crossed over and he began intensively working with band leaders, first in Manitoba, then in Alberta, then nationally. And rapidly, he came to see that their efforts to attain greater political autonomy were of a piece with the efforts of Indigenous peoples around the globe who seek to escape the long legacy of colonialism. And so he began taking their causes to international rights organizations, arguing numerous cases on their behalf before the United Nations Human Rights Commission and its Economic and Social Council. And his successes in these fora prompted oppressed groups around the globe to seek out his counsel and his representation. And so he worked with the Kurds as they sought independence from Turkey and Iraq and Iran. He worked with the Maori to negotiate reparations from the New Zealand government. And he represented the Navajo in their efforts to repatriate art and artifacts stolen from their vast reservations. And when Canada set out drafting a new constitution as a vehicle for extricating itself from English rule, he spent 2 years practically living in London, lobbying for provisions that would be favorable to Canada's Indigenous people. And for that, he was awarded what he took to be the greatest honor of his life. Together with Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, he was named an honorary chief by Canada's Cree, Ojibwe, and Dakota nations. And with Trudeau's death, he became the only such holder of that recognition until his death 6 weeks ago. Now, years later, his granddaughter Ellen set out to write a book about the controversy that erupted when the Lakota and Dakota Sioux protested the planned construction of the Dakota Pipeline through the Standing Rock Reservation. And she found in Dad a deep reservoir of knowledge and a keen desire to help her expose the sorts of injustice to which he dedicated his career. And so now I'm going to turn you over to Ellen so she can tell you about this unique experience with her adopted granddad. Ellen.
Thanks, Heidi. So yes, I've known Carol for most of my life since I was a kid. As is often the case with grandparents and grandchildren, I didn't get to know him well and fully appreciate, I think, who he was until I was a full-fledged adult and then some. So as Heidi noted, she asked me to speak today about an experience I had recently with Grandpa Carol, one that brings in not only my relationship with him, but also his decades-long experience working with and for Indigenous tribes and nations from around the world. So in 2018, as Heidi noted, I was working on a book about how the media covered the Dakota Access Pipeline. I had contacted the Standing Rock Sioux tribe to ask if they would work with me on the book, and at that time, they had enthusiastically said yes. I was thrilled, but then I suddenly stopped hearing from them. I had emailed and called for months with no response. This was really difficult, I think, because I would not be willing to publish a book without their perspective and approval, and thus I was about to give up. So to gain some perspective, I knew who to call. At that time, Carol was still living in Laramie, and I caught him at home. I told him my issue, sort of feeling, left by the tribe, and he listened very thoughtfully and carefully. He waited a moment before then he gave me advice, which was twofold. The first was, don't disrespect the tribe by going to the reservation uninvited. The second was, be patient. He recounted working with the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and he noted how divided they had been about the pipeline. So he knew this from working with them. And he thought perhaps that was a factor in their approach with me. Here, I think he added nuance and complexity to my understanding of what was happening. His advice was essential. I stepped back, I gave the tribe space and time, and eventually we reconnected to work on the book. What his advice taught me was, yes, about working with the tribe and other Indigenous groups, advice I use to this day in the Puget Sound and Salish Sea region. But it revealed worlds about who he was, including not just the depth and the breadth of his decades-long experience working with numerous Indigenous groups, but also his honesty, his perspicacity, his wisdom, his skill, and most importantly, his care for these groups, for social justice, and for what is right. So when Carol moved out to the West Coast a couple of years ago, he was only about 45 minutes away. So my husband Paul and I would go visit him, sometimes read history books to him, and just talk. And he shared with us, even more than he had before, tales of himself as a young lawyer working with various tribes and Indigenous nations in the very region I'm in here, Puget Sound, Salish Sea. That work was that he had done was almost 50 years ago. It was important work for him and for the tribes. And now, as I move about this region, I see him here, embedded in history and place. Carol always had my love and admiration, but working with him on this created a new bond and a deep respect for his lifelong work on things that matter in this world. He was my adopted grandfather turned mentor and friend. I already miss him greatly.
Thanks, my dear. It's perfect. Just lovely. For all of the high profile celebrity, often tremendously demanding and stressful work he took on in his second career, Dad always remained lots of fun. As everybody's going to talk about, he had an exuberance about him that was infective. He effusively celebrated times with friends and family. He threw himself with gusto into theatrics and games and goofy spoofs. He modeled what it meant to suck the marrow from life, to live every moment to its fullest, to seek the best in people and the best in himself. And his boundless joyfulness translated into the characteristic that among all of his virtues was the trait I admired the most about him, because he made it a point to love his life in every detail. I mean, while others wanted more, wanted different, wanted newer, wanted better, Dad thought that a snowmobile that was duct taped together was far superior to a new one, because after all, it had more flexibility. And he thought that kitchen cupboards that had to stay 6 inches ajar at all times because their contents would otherwise overheat from the adjacent furnace, that was just perfect, because those cupboards demonstrated that people were home and the place was abuzz with activity. And he thought that coats whose sleeves were rolled up because they were too long were brilliant, because, if he got cold, he could just roll down the sleeves and warm his hands without any need for gloves. I think it's a recipe for lifelong happiness to seek the good in everyone and everything. But Dad didn't just seek the good, he saw it. He believed it, he internalized it. He both dispositionally and philosophically turned towards the positive in everyone and in everything, right down to the car he had that had a driver's door that didn't open, which of course was a great asset because that thwarted thieves. But no one brought out more positivity, more merriment in Dad than did Hansel. In no time, Hansel's antics could bring out Dad's contagious belly laugh, one that would start low and then burst forth in full-blown cackles. I very warmly recall many a family evening when Hansel would get wound up and Dad would be doubled over, laughing so hard that tears would plop on the floor. And Mom would be shrieking, "Don't make me pee my pants! Don't make me pee my pants!" So from the time that Hansel was a baby, through his childhood and his graduation from the University of Wyoming, through his marriage to lovely Molly, his incredibly successful career as a geophysicist and environmental safety consultant, and his parenting of McKinnon and Mariah, Hansel brought Dad an enormous amount of joy and filled him with such pride. So here to talk about his dad is my brother.
Well, thanks. And I have to start off with a big apology to my sister because, as you all can tell, she got the brains in the family, but I obviously got the good looks. So, those are awesome photos. I love those. But so needless to say, my dad and I were pretty close. I mean, he still is my hero, definitely best friend growing up and in my adult life. And, my wife, my sister, my son, my daughter, they all know that, I do everything at the last minute. And I want somebody to write this down, that I actually prepared for this event today. I didn't do it last night. I didn't do it this morning. As you can see in that plaque in this picture, October 6th of 1983, this is when I prepared for today. Because on that date, I wrote I put together a plaque for my dad, and I have to read a few snippets of that because what applied back then still is today. So I'll just read you a part of it. I said, this man, my father, he's small in stature, standing just a little over 5'7" tall. His gray tinted hair adds a distinguished touch to his appearance, enhancing the dark face, which is impervious to weakness, yet incapable of harshness. His work week 3-piece pinstripe suit with a gold watch and chain molds into his world of politics, legal principles, and bullheaded stubbornness. I've seen my dad back down men the size of a small house while having to strain his neck to look him in the eyes. He can outmaneuver or outwit the keenest businessman or the cleverest conman. Yet when he comes home for the night or for the weekend, a change in his clothes transforms him into an outdoorsman with no resemblance to his previous daytime character. His cap, his leather gloves, his work pants, and hiking or cowboy boots prepare him to tackle any chore, from driving around in the mountains, hauling truckloads of wood, rides around in his 1950 Chevrolet pickup that many of you remember. He looks like the typical modern day mountain man capable of anything. My father earns more respect from me than any man alive, yet he never makes a situation awkward in commanding it. When we're together, we joke around about everything, always happy to be with each other. He's gotten mad at me very few times in life, but when he does, a few words can make me feel minute and make me want to redeem myself in his eyes. My father has always had confidence in me in everything I do, never forcing anything on me or taking anything away like so many kids' fathers seem to do. He's always helped me through school, sending money when I was running low or boosting my confidence when my morale was down. My father is always there when I need him, yet out of the way when I'm feeling independent or overly independent. I've counted on my dad many times in life and will continue to for many years as my best attribute and my best friend. So when I wrote that in 1983, it applied then and still does now. So he taught me some amazing things. And, Heidi and I had an amazing childhood with mom and dad. They raised us with respect, with communication, with all the affirmation that Heidi and I could do anything we put our minds to. And as he was obviously teaching Heidi how to be a philosopher and an attorney and, following in his footsteps, I was off, playing in the dirt. Obviously, that's why I became a geologist. And, but that he didn't try to influence that. He totally encouraged me with everything I've done throughout my life, from the career I've chosen to being a real estate investor, to being a contractor, an entrepreneur. He was always asking what I was doing, what's going on, what's the latest story. And, Dad and I talked pretty much every day for the last 30 years. I used to call my mom and dad almost every day. And then since mom passed away, it was rare that we would miss a day of just catching up. I think probably the biggest point of this, looking back in time to 1995, it was an easy choice when Molly and I got married. Picking my best man was easy. My dad was my best man, and kind of summarized a lot of that. But two big things my dad taught me. He taught me how to be a gentleman. And I see my son with those same skills. And, to respect everybody and to see their point of view. I think one of the things that really hits home is in negotiating. I love negotiating. I love buying stuff. I love selling stuff. It's something I love to do. I've got the real estate bug. And my dad kept encouraging me that every negotiation is a win-win. You don't win by somebody else losing. And that's a big part of what he taught me. I need to get on something more fun here because, I'm choking up on this. But probably the other thing he taught me is not to sweat the small stuff, right, Heidi? A quote that I try to teach people at work is the same thing, that you can tell the size of a person by the size of the problem or challenge that makes that person lose their cool. So it didn't matter if you get into a fender bender or you crash your car, hey, as long as nobody got killed, nobody got hurt, the rest is metal and plastic, right? And that went to, a well house burning down up at the cabin in the middle of winter. Oops, okay, don't sweat the small stuff. We can get it fixed. To, literally a couple months ago, a tree in his backyard breaking off and spearing through the roof of the house. You deal with it. I mean, that's what insurance is for. So don't worry about the small stuff. As Heidi was just talking about, seek the good, seek the positive. And I think that's really important. So those are probably two of the biggest life skills that Pops taught me. The last thing I wanted to quote here, because I think it really comes back to Pops's character, and as Ellen was just talking about, it speaks to where he spent all of his life working with the natives and helping everybody else. But many of you have probably heard of oh good, I got Heidi, of Chief Tecumseh. Chief Tecumseh was a Shawnee chief, died in the War of 1812, but he wrote a poem that's very famous. And I have to quote a couple of lines out of this for my dad, if I can, because it definitely follows along in my dad's thought pattern. So from Chief Tecumseh, he says, so live your life, that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life. Seek to make your life long and its purpose in the service of your people. When it comes to your time to die, be not like those whose hearts are filled with the fear of death, so that when their time comes, they weep and pray for a little more time to live their lives over again in a different way. Sing your death song and die like a hero going home. And, okay, I almost made it. So, I was so proud to be my dad's son. And I'm not into social media, but if I was, hashtag 94 years of awesome, that just rings home. And give it back to you, Heidi. Did I get you? Are you wiping your eyes?
Yeah, you got me. Yeah, you got me. I'm sorry.
I got me.
I'm
so there we go.
Desperately trying not to cry in response to everybody because I have to, so. Why is my screen frozen here? My screen is frozen. There we go. Dad hit the jackpot when Hansel married Molly. Molly brought both of my parents a great deal of happiness and showered them with loving hospitality over the years. And they enormously admired her devoted parenting and her dedicated creativity as a teacher. And when Dad moved to Seattle in 2019 to be closer to Hansel and Molly, she worked as hard as Hansel did to make him feel at home and well-loved, and he loved her for it. And so here to talk about her relationship with Dad is Molly.
Oh my gosh, I have to, okay. And here I was thinking I wasn't gonna cry. So I was blessed to be welcomed into the family in 1995 when Markham and I got married. And it's always interesting when you get to come from the outside to the inside. And as I was quickly assimilated, I grew very quickly to love and adore my father-in-law, which I felt was such an honor because you don't get to hear that often, to admire and respect somebody so much. And when I was thinking about Pop's life, there were several words that came to mind. And the first one, and me being the teacher, they have to have a theme, okay? So they all start with P. So the first one is purpose. Pops lived with purpose. It didn't matter what he did, whether it was in the yard and making sure his yard was green all year round, or, doing something to champion causes. I mean, he just lived with purpose. His idea was to create a better world for others, and you were either on his train or not, and he didn't let things get in the way. His purpose was his family and his work. And the next P is, as you can tell from what everybody has said, is passion. Pops had a passion for whatever he did, and especially to help others, and especially the underdogs, which just is so admirable. I mean, I think his life would make an amazing movie, of testimony of what he has done. The next P is possibility. He lived with the idea of possibility. There was nothing that wasn't possible. If something broke, duct tape fixed it. If the well blew up, burned down, let's fix it. He didn't care if he knew how to actually really do something or not. He just did it anyway, sometimes much to Markham's chagrin, who was sort of a perfectionist. Things. Oh my gosh. Okay. We won't get on all those stories. Those will come for later. But some of those I just think about are hysterical. And he didn't care how much of the things had changed, right? I mean, I think of the technology that changed in his 94 years of life, and he was just like, everything's always possible. It was just amazing to think about. And it was funny, I heard a quote not long ago that done is the new perfect. And a lot of times that was Pops, especially in the way he fixed things. Anything was possible. Play. He was never afraid to play. He never got tired of playing. And it was like he always had that inner child, and he never, ever lost that, which I admire so much. One of the funniest things I remember was years ago, we were on a family hike up in the mountains, and Markham said something about, doing a BA in the snow. And sure enough, Markham, McKinnon, Mariah all had a BA in the snow, took down their pants, did a BA, and Pops pulled down his pants and he was in his tidy whities. And I showed that picture to Grandma when we got back, and oh, her eye roll. I mean, it was just hilarious that Pops never was afraid to play. He was proud. He was proud of his accomplishments. He was incredibly proud of his family. And I always loved the way he talked about Markham, about Heidi, his grandkids, his wife, Jeannie. He was proud. And my last P, privilege. It was a privilege and an honor to be a part of his world, and I'm forever grateful.
It's just lovely. He sure loved you. So now, while Dad continued to work full-time with Indigenous peoples way into his 70s, and then he worked part-time with them basically until he died, something rather remarkable happened at about the time he hit 60. I mean, he'd always been a hiker and a snowmobiler, but around the time when others are starting to, think about retirement, Dad started to become a really serious outdoor adventurer and an athlete. He started to climb big mountains and backpack into remote areas and canoe long distances and avidly downhill ski and go whitewater rafting on big rivers. But, he was pretty strategic. He was creative about how he took this turn. He very deliberately sought out 20 and 30-something-year-olds with whom to go adventuring, and then he'd challenge himself to keep their pace. And he started by ramping up his hikes in his local mountains in Wyoming, making it a signature entry in his annual routine to challenge Hansel and me and our friends and his friends to do the rugged climb of Sheep Mountain just to the west of Laramie, which Hansel and I noticed grew in length as Dad got older, because when he started doing that hike, it was about a 13-miler. And by the time he was doing it in his mid-80s, it had become 18 miles. Now, this week, I was emailing with Dad's friend, Judith Olson, who is here with us today. And this is what Judith wrote to me. She said, I met Carol and Jean, a longtime friend, through Tai Chi and our juvenile justice project. I always felt welcome in their home, and I so enjoyed our visits over the years. Many good discussions were had. A favorite memory was hiking Sheep Mountain with Carol and a far younger group. He managed to run circles around all of us, even the 20-somethings. Well, then Dad expanded his horizons, visiting us in the mountains of Southern California, where he'd join us and our friends and family for unforgiving climbs that would leave us all panting and sore. And then he kicked it up a notch. He whitewater rafted the enormous rapids of the Colorado River and the Grand Canyon, not once, but twice. First at the age of 65 with Hansel and me and a large group of 30-something-year-olds. And then again at 75 with me and the twins. At 66, he did a rugged 10-day backpacking trip through Oregon's Three Sisters Wilderness with a large group of testosterone-pumped striplings. At 67, he was doing the same thing in Colorado's Collegiate Range. At 68, he was paddling mom through Minnesota's boundary waters and portaging heavily loaded canoes between camps. And, you know, as we look back, it's clear that his enthusiasm for these pre-grandbaby adventures with Hansel and me, with Hansel and Molly and Michael and me, and Michael's daughters, Samantha and Ellen, it was his enthusiasm and participation in these adventures that really constituted a critical ingredient in the recipe that allowed our blended family to truly blend rather than curdle. And so now to talk about her relationship with her adopted granddad and the role that granddad's sort of enthusiastic participation in our early family adventures played in integrating her and Ellen into the larger family. Here's granddaughter Samantha.
Oh, thanks, Heidi. I was telling you earlier today, the photos that you just showed of our trips, those were the first time that I'd seen those in decades since they were taken. And it reminded me of how long Carol has been part of my sister and I's family and how long he's been a part of my life. But it also, looking at those photos and seeing my tired face peeking out behind most people in them, or not there at all, reminded me also of this energetic family that I had joined. And this photo that I saw in your program, this is how I remember Carol, mostly because it's the view I always saw of him as we were hiking. And it's not that he didn't try to make conversation with me, but I needed my oxygen and he knew that. So at a certain point, he would skirt around the trail and he was off. And that was the view that I remember of Carol most frequently. Was it didn't matter what trip and at what age, always ahead of me, off to go conquer the mountain, me sitting down with me mostly heading back down the hill. But I think, these are the trips and the Thanksgivings and the Christmases and the holidays. This is how I got to know Carol, not just as a family member, but also as someone who became a friend of mine and someone who I respected immensely. They say that there's the family you're born with, and then there's the family like Ellen and I were lucky enough to be adopted into, and then there's the family you choose. And Carol, as well as all of the Herds, I think Ellen and I would have chosen you had you not chosen us first. I was thinking back on some of our recent Thanksgivings, and our family has a tradition of getting up to say what we're thankful for. And in recent years, Carol had made the comparison, speaking of people that left footprints in his heart, similarly to a poem about footprints in the sand. And it wasn't until just this past week that I wanted to see what he was actually referencing, because I think we all know the poem about footprints in the sand. And it didn't seem like that was Carol. So I actually did a search on that phrase, and I found a poem from the great American poet, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. This was a poem that was so famous that it was actually something that school children of Carol's age this is something that they would have had to learn and had to remember. And I think this poem, I've never come across it before. That speaks to my schooling, but it speaks to Carol, I think, in a way that is everything that he stood for. And it's called A Psalm of Life. And it was from the voice of a young man talking to a psalmist who was creating psalms about, with religious views that earthly life is an empty precursor to eternal life in heaven. And the young man is saying to the psalmist, one should seize the day and live in the present, neither dwelling on the past, nor taking the future for granted, nor worrying too much about death. Indeed, the entire poem radically suggests for the time that living with such a spirit of carpe diem, or seizing the day, is just as godly as the kind of life that the psalmist promotes. So reading this poem, I had just looked for the one phrase about footprints in the sand, but reading this poem is exactly I've got to imagine this is what Carol was referencing every Thanksgiving by Footprints in the Sand, because this poem would resonate, I think, so much with him. So the one phrase that I had found was, lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. So it's so clear to me that Carol left. He is a great man who left footprints on the sands of time, but he also left footprints on all of our hearts. And I know that he did for me, and he certainly did for my sister and all of you. And I think that is probably the best gift that he could have given me.
Thanks, Sammy. Thanks, Sammy. That was lovely. And he loved adventuring with you two before the twins came along, and then of course afterwards as well. Dad snuck in a bit more adventuring with Michael and me before the twins came on his 70th birthday. At the age of 69, he climbed Mount Baker in Washington State. Now, this is a technical climb that requires ropes and crampons and ice axes. And he cheerfully weathered a ferocious storm near the summit for 3 days in a tiny tent. He then went on to backpack across the Bolivian Andes, helping to carry Michael's pack in addition to his own when Michael's back went out. He got some climbing with Michael in the Italian Dolomites and in the Swiss Alps when I was far too pregnant with the twins to do anything other than have tea with Mom in the villages below. But then the grandbabies arrived. First the twins, Aiden and Jillian, and then McKinnon and Mariah. And their grandpa loved nothing more than to sit and gaze at them and cuddle them for hours. And when the twins came, he and Mom were like the cavalry coming to our aid, arriving for several weeks, during which they would delightedly snuggle the twins in bed and feed them and change them and love them up while Michael and I caught, sort of desperate moments of sleep. And of course, Dad and Mom delighted in playing with their grandchildren, singing and dancing with them and reading to them and doing endless arts and crafts. And of course, early on, introducing them to the joys of Wyoming's mountains via what our kids called Grandpa's snowmobiles. But having grandkids only seemed to accelerate Dad's adventurism, spurring him not only to lead his grandkids in ever more exotic travels, but to continue his own pursuit of his own exploration. At 78, for example, he was riding across the Tasmanian Pampas in the remote Cradle Mountain region of Australia. At 80, he did something truly courageous. He whitewater rafted the biggest whitewater that you can raft on the globe, the Futaleufú River in southern Chile. So joining a small sort of intrepid group of 30-something-year-old Australian whitewater rafters, as well as most of the Chilean Olympic kayaking team, he ran one heart-stopping enormous rapid after another. And here in this picture, he is just at the start of one of the most perilous rapids on the river, the Terminator. And when a gargantuan wave slammed us halfway through this truly terrifying succession of riverine tsunamis, I was sure that he was swept into the churning hydraulics of the river and lost forever. But as we came through the wall of water, I looked over, absolutely sure that I had just killed my little old dad. And there he was with an enormous shit-eating grin on his face before letting out a whoop of joy. At 81, in the dead of winter, Dad was navigating the icy waters of the Virgin River for 3 miles through the Narrows in Zion National Park, often up to his chest in the frigid waters, but always, of course, exuberant about the experience. At 82, he was exploring Hong Kong, delighting in eating truly stomach-churning local delicacies and talking at length to absolutely everyone, and I mean everyone he met. And that same year, he spent 2 weeks trekking through the Everest region of Nepal's Himalayas with the twins, astounding local Sherpas with his strength and his energy, delighting Buddhist monks with his interest in their stupas, and exhibiting not an ounce of reluctance to wade through icy river crossings and scale steep slopes. And of course, every year, he downhill skied multiple times a week throughout the winter months, right up until the age of 90. You know, some of you will remember this. He fell and broke his wrist at the age of 87. And after driving himself into Laramie's emergency room, he took his ski pole in and insisted that the doctor forge the cast so that it would fit around the ski pole. And he was back out on the slopes the very next day. Now, you're about to hear from grandson Aiden about the ways in which his grandpa's adventurous spirit and his commitment to advancing causes of justice made Aiden an invested global citizen. But before we go to Aiden, we're going to hear from Dad himself. Because what I'm about to play for you is a voicemail message left by Dad on my phone in June of 2012, just after Jillian and Aiden had done successive visits with their grandparents in Laramie and had performed Irish dance routines at the Laramie Senior Center. Now, at the start of the message, you're going to hear Dad talking about the dreadful clear cutting that the power company was allowed to do along the road leading up to our Snowy Range cabin, which decimated a tract of pristine forest for miles. But of course, as glass half full Dad would often say after that tragedy occurred, oh, it was great, by opening up the forest canopy, it invited the aspen to thrive, which of course it did. I'm playing this message here though, because in it, Dad talks very sweetly about Aiden. Of course, messages exalting all of his grandkids were commonly left on my cell phone and on Hansel's, because as everyone here well appreciates, he loved to brag about his grandkids. I just happen to have this message because around the time that Mom passed away, I transferred messages off my phone to preserve some of the ones that she had left for me. And this one accidentally turned out to be in that mix. And somehow it just seems to go with this early picture taken at a chalet high above Zermatt, when Dad insisted upon taking the twins hiking for the first time in the Swiss Alps at the age of 9 months old. So now listen.
Next message.
Hey, I'm just leaving Laramie to head for Centennial and the cabin. The crew is starting to cut. I understand from Carbon Power they're going to start at the old ranger station above Centennial, meaning to say if they're coming up the canyon, it'll be days and probably weeks before they hit us if we're about the last. Anyway, we got your message on Aiden. Yes, we had taken him to the airport, and I tell you, our buttons are just busting off. What a guy, and so great, so good, so concerned, and very gentle. And he wowed the women. You would just, those women just fell all over this handsome guy during his dance and talking about it. And he even said, well, if you'd like to learn a step, I'll teach you one. I'd like to teach you one. So he was just super. And we hated to see him leave, as we did Jillian. But we had a great time, and I hope he did, with a considerable amount of sort of his own private space and time. Anyway, I'll give you a clue on both the cabin and cutting and Aiden and all the thanks for my Father's Day gift, including one of those big great bells, chimes. But anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye now.
Next message.
And now 24 years after that photo there in the Swiss Alps was taken, here's grandson Aiden to give you his reflections about his special relationship with his grandpa.
Howdy, everybody. I think it's just really cool. I want to start off by saying how great it is to see everybody here. I think 3 pages of people shows how special our grandfather's life was. It's kind of almost difficult to find a memory when you think back to everything he's accomplished, because there's nothing that just sums it up. He had such a complex personality and such a complex life that trying to sum up one man to his greatness into a few memories is just kind of difficult. But what was very clear to me from when I was small was what the ideal man actually looked like. Not only was he a leader in our family, the role model, the guy, he left his mark on everybody that he ever met. Everybody who knew Carol loves Carol. And when I look around all 3 pages of the Zoom chat, of course, I'm reminded by that. He was very clearly loved, and more to the point, he very clearly loved everybody, he knew. I really just want to talk about why he was special to me, I guess. He loved the environment. I mean, I think that's just obvious from the voicemail, but more from his actions. I mean, from when we knew him for the last 24 years, every time I was with him, we were going outside. That was the hype, that was the action, that was the fun. And not only was he just like about the environment, but he was compassionate towards sharing that love with other people. He's passed that to me. I know he's passed that on to Jidge. And every time I'm hanging around with my cousins, I see it in them too. And the last but not least, I was really trying to think of what sums a man together. And for Grandpa, it was his attitude. No was never an option, That ski pole story might be one of my favorite things because he just didn't ever know how to stop. It just kept going. I mean, exponential growth was kind of his thing. It was mind blown because I would be such a young kid, and I knew I had energy when I was a kid, and man, he outpaced me. It's just incredible. You can't sum up to somebody and everything, but I do want to close out on those little thoughts with just a little quote by Henry David Thoreau, which says, "I took a walk in the woods and I came out taller than the trees." And I just want to thank my grandfather for showing us what that looks like and how to stroll between the trees. So thank you guys.
That's great, sweetie. That's perfect. So even when Dad stopped climbing tall peaks and jumping over small buildings, he continued to travel and to seek out exotic experiences like this one in the Black Hills, where he not only donned a hard hat with Mom, but he used it to join his risk-loving grandkids in the exploration of a deep old gold mine. At 85, Dad joined Michael and me in a Ukrainian summer law program where he taught Russian and East European lawyers about the intersection of and the gaps between human rights on one hand and indigenous peoples on the other. At 89, he was booking around Croatia with an abundance of verve, circling about the top of the ancient wall that encloses Dubrovnik and vigorously haggling with traders in an open market in Split. And at 90, he was paddle boating up the Mississippi on a 10-day trip that had him exploring Creole culture and cotton plantations. And at every turn, he eagerly encountered new experiences, never afraid to do what would make others cringe, as here, where he's cuddling a baby crocodile in Louisiana and cradling a tarantula in Colorado. And, he could just never get enough of encouraging his kids and his grandkids to be bold and competitive and enthusiastically involved in all they loved, gleefully joining them as often as he could to cheer them on, as here, when the Washington gang ran a 10K together. And so now to speak to the abiding love and influence of her papa is granddaughter Mariah, who Dad always called the sunshine of the family because of the ways in which she brings such positive energy to every circumstance in a manner that's very reflective of her papa's own personality. Mariah?
All right, well, I'm gonna bawl my eyes out as I talk about this, but I mean, how can you not love your grandpa, who is such this amazing person? And wow, I barely spoken any words. Okay. One of my memories that's just popped over my head in the last few days is back when McKinnon and I were at our old house in Newcastle. Mom and Dad went on some vacation. I don't even know where. And Papa came to babysit McKinnon and I just have this third person view of McKinnon, Papa, and I pulling a wagon of quarters to the local bank to deposit to McKinnon and I's saving account. And Pops is just strolling along as we go pulling this little red wagon down the sidewalk. I mean, back when I was homeschooled in some co-ops, I forget which teacher this was, but she heard about my grandpa, probably from my mom, and actually asked him to come speak to our class. And as a kid, that was so cool, having your teacher request your grandpa to come in and actually talk about his job and his life. And I remember my teacher saying, like the old, the grass isn't always greener on the other side of the fence, but she said to me, and she's like, the grass really is greener on his side. He's done so much with his life. And McKinnon shared a lot of the fun experiences that we had with Pops, but I wanted to share a few more. Pops and my dad, it's a team effort, convinced McKinnon and I that watermelons grew in Libby Creek. He would come up to the cabin before we got there, and he would put a watermelon in the creek. And McKinnon and I would always love running down to see if there was a watermelon growing in the creek. And then we'd cut it up and it'd all be cold from the water. And McKinnon, whenever we were playing a game, whether that was on our phones, even if it wasn't like a game that you could win, Pops would always be interested, and he'd come up to us and say, who's winning? And just try to get into the game with us. And it was, I love my papa, and it's sad to see him gone, but he lived such an amazing life. And if I can inspire people to be like him when I become a teacher, if I can give people the passion that he had, I'll be doing something good.
That was super, Mariah. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, one of the seemingly universal but sobering lessons of growing older is the discovery of how rare it is to make new friends, especially new close friends. But here, as in so many things, Dad proved unusual because he forged friendships late into life, and again, very typically with young and energetic 20-somethings. So just last summer, when he came to live with us in Illinois, he struck up a lovely friendship with 19-year-old Betsy Ruckman, who always called him my man. And far more than just being a part-time helper, Betsy became a treasured companion. And together they jaunted about the countryside and spent literally dozens of hours in recorded conversations as Betsy embarked upon an oral history project with him. And she has been vigorously transcribing her recordings of his stories. And so in the weeks to come, 250 minutes of oral history will come our way. So that Hansel and I and others in the family might tap the 94-year reservoir of memories that was Dad's life legacy. But as many know, no one crossed the boundaries between helper, companion, friend, and family member more extraordinarily than did Levi Kelly. So Levi came into my parents' lives when at the age of 17 and in his first year as an undergraduate student at the University of Wyoming, he started to work with Mom as kind of a home assistant and physical therapy helper, and she adored him. But so did Dad, and when Mom passed, Levi continued on with Dad, and the two of them became the closest of close friends, spending weekends at the cabin and hiking the mountains and traveling the country and sustaining late into the night philosophical conversations. And together, Levi and Dad cultivated a set of warm friendships with many of Mom's close friends, a number of whom are with us today. I got to give a big shout out to Paulette Wagner and Joan Trotter. But they did so especially with Jean Billingsley and Wooly Davis in a way that became life-defining during Dad's final decade. The fearsome foursome, as they dubbed themselves, really modeled what it means to forge something very much like a family when no family members are close by. In a very profound way, they took care of one another. When times were good, they went to concerts and musicals and held weekly pizza parties and monthly brunches and regular movie nights. And when times were bad, they attended to one another, bringing food and medicine and ensuring that no one ever felt alone, even as all of their children were all too far away. So here now to speak about how this teenager turned 20-something-year-old became best friends with three octogenarians and how they changed his life is Dad's so-called chief of staff, Levi Kelly.
Oh, thank you so much, Heidi. That's nice. And I was going to work really hard to make it through this, but that makes it tougher. Carol was just the kindest, most compassionate man and mentor. And I owe him a debt that I'm never going to be able to fully repay. Like Heidi said, when I when I first met Carol, I was freshly out of a small town. It's a population 1,200, and I was convinced that I knew just about everything. And looking back, I can't quite fully repay him for how patient he was to so subtly and kindly explain to me why most of my ideas were wrong at the time. That was a great thing that I loved about Carol, was that I always felt welcome to explore any and every idea that I had, and he would take them seriously and then just help me slowly realize why I was probably wrong. And that was something that I can't ever really repay him for. Although he was not always so subtle, on these many outings with the fearsome foursome, Carol, I was just usually the driver, and that meant that I needed to look the part. And Carol never left the house to dinner or a show without his shirts pressed and his tie done up. And so on one early Valentine's Day with the fearsome foursome, I was presented with an ironing board, an iron, and the invitation to unlimited instructions, which we did over the next couple of days. And he'd be proud to know that as I was ironing my shirt this morning, I was thinking of him and getting the creases right. Carol was always encouraging me to find my passions and to push myself, and listening to his stories and recantations of the work he was doing and with the indigenous people, and how just powerful it was to have a law degree to help fight for those bigger causes. It was a big push, and I know that he'd be proud today to see me pursuing a career in the law. Some of the things that just blew me away about Carol was that, he was later in his life, he was really struggling with his vision, and it didn't stop him from downhill skiing. And I just thought that was just the craziest thing that I'd ever seen. He was in his mid to late 80s and strapping on boots to go skiing, and I thought that was amazing. He also liked the snowmobile, and snowmobiling without the burden of eyesight was an interesting dual sort of relationship that we had, because I realized after a while, after spending hours and hours helping dig out snowmobiles that would quickly turn over, I realized that, well, there's this sweet distance between where he can still see me and follow in the tracks that I have without being too close to run into us. So, but that was something that I think was just the closest that we had. Was he had so much to offer me, but then he had the limited vision, and I don't know, he just made me better in every way. And the fact that he was just getting old enough that where it was worthwhile to keep me around is something that I'm forever grateful for. He's been my biggest supporter, my best friend, and I'll miss and remember him forever.
It's really wonderful. So now we come to the finale of this sort of organized segment of our memorial. And what we're going to do now is just sit back and listen to Dad's favorite song, the Missouri Waltz, played on a piano very much as Dad himself learned it from Harry Truman, and as Dad himself played it throughout life. Jillian is going to manage the musical side of the final tribute while I take you through a few final photographic memories of the remarkable man that we're honoring today. I'm going to turn off my video so you don't see my lips move as I'm counting. Okay, Jillian, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
All right, rolling.
Jillian, stop. Jillian, stop.
Yeah, stop it.
Jillian.
We will.
I don't know why. Why does it do that? Sorry, you guys just had to know that was going to get screwed up. It was just frozen. My thing is just. Let me just. Okay, I think it's unfrozen.
Take two.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Taking two. Here we go.
Take two.
This is actually better because now people have a kind of idea of what the music's going to sound like.
Yeah.
You did it on purpose.
Okay, that was awesome. Nicely done, Heidi. Nicely
Thank
done.
you. You're welcome.
So everybody, hey, we're gonna take a small break. Anybody who has to leave, we understand it. We won't say anything bad about you if you don't come back. We're gonna leave the Zoom open, but if anybody needs to take a break, grab a scotch. Nadine, if you need some tequila, you just talk to John Lane about it. We know how it goes. No, I'm just kidding. And then we're gonna, yeah, there you go. Heidi's on it. We're gonna come back, and Michael is gonna lead us off with an open mic, and I think Jazz right after that, and then we literally will just kind of have an open mic for anybody who wants to say anything. We'll try to stick around long enough for everybody, and don't feel like you need to stay. We'll ridicule if you leave, but that's okay. You won't be around to know it. So if anybody needs to run off, run away. I don't see anybody going anywhere. So
I have
maybe
to leave to follow in Grandma's footsteps and go do speech and debate. So.
Oh, well, there you go.
But at least it's in Grandma's footsteps.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Love you all. Thank you.
See you, Beans. Talk to you soon. Yeah, so we'll just see who everybody else here. By the way, everybody who talked, that was amazing. Levi, that's not a Kleenex I saw you there, was it? No, I didn't think so. Rough and rugged from the north of Wyoming. Yeah, you're like me and Pops. But yes, that's good stuff. Let's see who is here. I'm trying to see, I'm looking through to see if there's anybody new that has joined. Oh, Todd came back around to his camera. That's awesome. Todd, I see you. Yes. Yeah, so anybody who wants to join Heidi with a scotch, a glass of orange juice, whatever McKinnon's making in the kitchen.
Heidi, this is Joan Trotter, and I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you.
Enjoyed knowing your folks.
This is Paulette, and I'm glad we came to hear all of you. I enjoy to see all the family, and I'm sorry your dad is gone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining.
Dad, thank you so much.
Coucou, Paulette.
That was awesome.
This
Awesome. I see Michael settling in his chair. Heidi is back.
I'm back.
You're
Got
done.
my glass.
Shut down.
Michael has his scotch. We're getting ready. Yeah, help yourself. Well, there's plenty.
This is Judith, and I'm sorry I have company and I'm going to have to go too, but I really appreciated sharing this time with you. Brought back some great memories. Thank you.
Million, Judith. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Judith.
Thank you.
Well, Heidi, you think we ought to get rolling?
Yeah, we ought to get rolling. Turn it over to Michael.
Michael, the man of the hour. Thank you.
Here's to us. Here like us, Danville and Radit.
Love it. Love it.
Awesome.
Love it, Russell. Love it, Gertrude.
Everybody else
Well,
has.
why don't we we'll start our open mic now with Michael, if you're ready, and Jazz to follow, and then we'll, if people want to, there is a way to kind of raise your hand. If you, on your screen, you may, let's see, I'm trying to figure out where I will find that on my screen now. But, either jump up and down, raise, there's a little blue hand you can raise when we get there, not yet. Or we'll, try to overtalk each other till we get there. We'll figure it out. We're not worried. We won't sweat the small stuff. Michael, it's all yours.
Hey, thank you, sir. I hope everybody has a scotch, because one of my favorite times in the Hurd family for 35 years has been the afternoon scotch. Before I say anything else, just wow, Heidi. What a story. And what storytelling. The old professor who used to write with both hands while he was lecturing on the board. You said that he was left, Dyer was right, but he could do both hands on the board while he talked. That old professor would have been very proud of the organization, the artistry, the feeling, and the intelligence of that presentation by his daughter in his honor. So congratulations to you and thank you for sharing that. Absolutely magnificent. Even the organization of the talk reminded me of Carol, because as everyone listening to this knows, Carol loved to talk. And as he would talk, he would start on these circles. You'd wonder, where is he going? I never once in all of those years ever heard him miss coming back to how it related to where he started. And the same for Heidi's narrative. Beautiful narrative of his life with no matter how many tangents, the coherent whole. As Aidan said, it's hard to sum a great life, but nonetheless, this kind of concentric painting comes as close as you can get. Fabulous job, my dear. I came into Carol's life about 2/3 of the way through his, namely he was just about 60, 1986. And I really appreciated the show in part just because it gives those of us who didn't see the first 2/3 a really nice, although encapsulated vision of what those 2/3 of a life were like. I also loved the degree to which it allowed others, the 13 who spoke, to give their emotional reactions to that life. I mean, these gatherings are certainly partly so that we can share the mourning of the loss. And Donnie, I thought, started us out there, and everybody else who spoke did too. But they're also to celebrate lives greatly led. And each of the speakers appreciated the aspects of Carol that made him so special, that made his life the kind of great one to lead that made us all proud, as Molly says with her P's, proud to be a part of. If you looked at the pictures at the end, there was the one from 1931 when Carol could have been no more than about 8 or 9 that struck me. Because you look at that youthful face and you see in it what I think is true for all of us at that age, which is you're absolutely sure that life is going to be a great adventure, that it's going to be something both joyful, productive, and helpful to humanity. That it's going to be something special, and you hate to say it, but better than what has gone before, even in your own parents. Most of us get disappointed in not having a life in adulthood that matches the kind of wildly unrealistic expectations we have in childhood. But as you heard a number of speakers today say on the tape, that wasn't true of Carol. He's about as close as anyone I know to keeping, as Brian Francis said, the joy, or as Heidi said, to live his life as though he loved it in detail. Absolutely right. And look, as you get older, I'm 77. As you get older, life gets more challenging. I remember overhearing Aidan asking his grandfather when Aidan was really young. He said, "Grandpa, doesn't it hurt when you get older?" And Carol said, "The trick is you don't let it mind." He never let the vicissitudes of aging make him mind the things that actually were going forward. I remember once Heidi and I and Hansel, all three of us watched him with his old Yamaha snowmobile that weighed way more than it should have, heading up a hill climb. And he pitch pulled the damn thing, which means it went over backwards on him. And of course, our hearts stopped. It went right over where he was. And we all looked, and the snow had no visible Carol. The snowmobile was a wreck at the bottom of the hill. And then all of a sudden, a head pops up out of the snow, just as bright and cheery-eyed as could be. He didn't love the fact that he'd wrecked his snowmobile, but as Heidi said in her talk, he did think that once you duct taped it all back together again, it was better, had a lot more flexibility. That was life. Heidi and I were talking the other day about one of the trips in Nepal. He was 81. It was a long day. It wasn't one of those glorious mountain days. It was a miserable day. We were grumpy. We were tired. We were wet. We were cold. There was no food and the shelter wasn't existing. And yet he was cheerful. And it wasn't the kind of gritty determination of a stoic. He literally thought this was really part of life's adventures. He was able to make, as people always say, lemonade out of every lemon that came along. That's an amazing gift to have that kind of joy. He also had an enormous concern for his own children and their children, his grandchildren, a joy itself to watch. I really admired that picture that Heidi had of the Matterhorn because I remember her and my relief when we were playing what we called one-on-one basketball with the twins in Switzerland, namely. It was all we could do to manage their jet lag, new hotels that would make us eat with people with their dogs because they didn't want us with the twins. And there came Carol with all of his energy, all of his love of the twins, and Heidi and I blew this huge sign of relief. But he loved his two kids probably more than anyone in the world. And that's a huge gift to both Heidi and to Hansel. To have that kind of love of a parent is the kind of umbrella that makes your whole life so much better. It is an enormous gift, and I think they feel it, and this is a kind of repayment in a small token way for that love. Now, my own relationship with Carol was colored by the fact that he first knew me, 1986, first met me through his beloved daughter, Heidi. He came to visit us. Heidi and I had a bit of the adventurousness in us too. We bought our first house about a month and a half after meeting each other and moving in together. He came to see our new house. And I remember him cautiously accepting me is about the best I could give it. This older guy that he knew nothing about, who seemed to be a professor, but nonetheless didn't know anything else about him. And he looked at this new house with this big long stairway up in the mountains going up to the house, just thinking out loud, but too loudly. He never intended to be overheard, saying to himself, God, it's going to be hard to get her furniture out of here. But eventually, I think he accepted the fact that she accepted this creature with all of his faults, and it became a much more warm and fruitful relation. We became friends. Indeed, he became, with his seniority over me, my model of what age could look like. So in my 50s, I thought, the 60s and 70s don't look so bad. In my 60s, I thought, the 70s and 80s, they don't look so bad. Look at Carol. And now in the 70s, I still think the 80s don't look so bad. I'll wait to see what I think about the 90s if I get that far. But he made each age look terrific, in part because of his physical shape. He certainly did become, as Heidi said in her talk, an athlete. I had the amusing joy of watching my son Aiden, when he was young, challenge his grandfather to an Indian wrestling in a hotel in Australia, Sydney. I remember it well, Sydney Harbour. And Aiden was astounded that as a teenager, his grandpa would beat him cold without any effort. He kept himself in shape and enjoyed his body. As Levi said, finally his sight gave out, and that I regarded as a kind of tragedy, because surely one of the comforts of the life of the mind that Carol led was that you get to explore the world, as Stephen Hawking used to say. Explore the world through the books that you can read. And when you can't read, you lose that exploration. He got some relief from that by people like Ellen and Paul reading to him in his nursing home. It's not the same as having your library in front of you, always accessible, as Hawking said, to explore anywhere in the universe that you want in your mind because you could read it in books. That was gone. But he never complained. He never felt sorry for himself. He always expressed joy, and as Levi said, found other things to do, even if it meant having a Sherpa on each side because he couldn't see the trail in Nepal, or having Levi on his side telling him where the moguls were as they were skiing in Utah. Carol, we will miss you, we admire you, and we love you.
Awesome. Thank you much. Jazz, would you like to go next and kind of kick off before we open it up to everybody else who wants to partake? Oh, let's see. I've got to find you in here.
You're muted, Jazz.
Here we go.
There you are.
Okay. Let me start by echoing Michael and congratulating Heidi on doing an absolutely fabulous job of organizing this memorial and coming up with a really fabulous array of photographs. It's been a wonderful display. And then there have been all these amazing stories by other people. I despair of adding anything significant to this, so I will be very brief. My father, Gene's father too, was a lifelong hardcore FDR hating, highly opinionated Republican. And he was aghast when he learned that his daughter, Jean, wanted to marry what he characterized as a cigar-smoking Truman Democrat from Missouri. and yet, when he got to know Carroll, he realized, he got to like him very much and got to realize what a remarkable and impressive man he was. Carroll was certainly a man of enormous number of parts, as has been clear from everything that's been said today. He had a very wide range of practical knowledge, which together with his love of animals may have been a reflection of the fact that he grew up as a farm boy. But then as we've all been hearing, he became a great sportsman and athlete, especially in his later years. He became a very accomplished academic, followed that with being an academic administrator. And then in midlife, took a sharp turn, became a lawyer. And that prepared him for the most important work of his professional life, which, as we all know in detail, involved fighting for the rights of Indigenous peoples, especially in Canada, but really all around the globe. And I say the most important work of his professional life, because arguably the most important work of his life was as a devoted, caring husband and a father who loved, taught, and inspired his two very remarkable children. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks, Jazz. Of course, as Heidi talked about originally, we all call David. I had to think about that for a minute. Jazz. It's all I've ever known you as. So if everybody knows, that's my mom's brother right there, the one, the only, the famous Uncle Jazz. So what I'm looking at here, I cannot find a way to raise the little blue hand that like we talked about. So if any of you want anything, just wave at me and I'll keep scrolling. If I see anybody waving a hand, I'll call on you. Probably not in the order you want, but when I can see it, I'll circle your name and I'll come back to you. So hopefully somebody will start waving a hand here because you're going to get. Oh, I see Linnea. It's all yours, Linnea.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to say anything now. I'm still composing myself. But the hand is in the reactions. So in the bottom of the screen, there's a little reactions button, and if you click on that, the hand comes up. The raise hand button.
I don't have that on mine, but hopefully other people do.
Okay. Well,
I get the little like a thumbs up, but that only lasts for about 5 seconds.
Like this.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Maybe McKinnon's coming to save me.
Okay, so I'll shut up and I'll
But by the way, Linnea, No, Linnea, I was also having a problem with where is the bottom? I can't find the bottom of it.
Actually, can I?
This is the bottom.
Here we go.
This is the bottom. Bottoms up.
Oh, well, Brian knows where the bottom is.
Could I ask
Yeah,
you?
so I don't have it on my screen.
Could I just ask you as well? What is an AB? To do an AB?
Us.
Oh, a BA, a BA.
Oh, what's that?
That's Molly. So, excuse my terminology, but that is a bare ass.
We were imagining.
So we all dropped our pants and made a nice bum impression in the snow, and Pops joined in with us. But of course he had his tidy whities on, which was exactly the same when he used to come and join us at Queen's University in the marching band, where we wore our kilts, and everybody had to go regimental and they checked. But he was the only one that was allowed to wear his tidy whities. So we'd have this moon squad, all these bare butts across there, and one tidy whitey right in the middle. So there we go. Okay, so you're right. So I cannot see that blue hand to raise your hand because I am a presenter, but apparently everybody else can. So if you want to raise your hand, I'm looking for blue hands. I may be coming back to you, Linnea, because your blue hand is up. So, but I'll come back to you later in case there's anybody else that would like to speak. I'm
Ken's is up.
Control.
Hansel, Ken's is up.
Where?
Ken.
Where? Well, then, Ken, you go for it.
Well, I just wanted to say that that was a beautiful presentation, and your dad would be very proud. I just wanted to thank you for including me in this presentation, but also, and more importantly, meeting your father. What an amazing man. And, you know, everybody's spoken about his professional accomplishments. And I didn't actually get to share in that. I got to share in the personal joy he had for his children and his grandchildren. And I had never seen a man that was more devoted to family. And what an amazing model, not just for Markham and for you, but for me. And to try to do a better job of enjoying each day and being there for my kids. And so thank you so much for sharing Pops with me. It's been a joy, and much love to you guys.
Thank you. That was lovely.
Awesome.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Who's next? We have all the oars on here.
Oh, I see Laura. With your hand up. Laura, do you want to unmute? Here, I'll ask you to unmute. Okay, you can probably unmute yourself because I'm having a hard time doing it.
Hi, Hansel. Hi, Heidi.
Laura.
What a nice time to spend with you all. You know, there's so many things that I could say about Carol. You know, I'm not obviously one of his blood grandchildren, but and I'm sure I speak for Emmy and Jenny, and they might want to say something else also, and Brendan and Brianna and Sonia and Maddie, but we were kind of like indirect grandchildren.
Absolutely, you were.
In a way, because I don't have a memory, a time in my life. Sorry, I'm choking up a little bit. That I don't remember Carol and Jeannie and all of you. Some of my earliest memories that are seared in my heart and in my mind are actually herd cabin memories. When, you know, Jeannie would have all the cookies out on the table. Hot wassail. Am I thinking of the right kind of? Is there something called hot wassail?
Yep.
Like a
Wassail.
like
Weasel.
like a spicy cider. Am I right? Or wine?
Yeah, she made a whole dry packet of it. Yeah.
Right. Hot wassail. And I remember Carol standing behind the funny little island in the kitchen, you know, with like the stones going up the cabinet, setting out all the cookies and crackers and whatever other little things they were having out for us, cake. and just playing with my sisters up in the loft underneath the Disney paintings, and just our imaginations like were set free in that place. Like, I think, you know, as a kid, you have magic moments that like affect you to where you want to be able to recreate those for the next generation, or you don't want kids that you love to not have moments like that you got to enjoy. Like with my sister Emily's kids, and Jenny's having a baby soon. I don't know if you guys knew that. She's due in May. She's having a little, I'm not going to spoil it. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell the gender, but she's due in May. You know, whenever I thought about what kind of magic moments would I want to create for my nieces and nephews, I always think about those times at our cabins, like the Herd cabin and the Orr cabin. And I couldn't bear the thought of my nephews and nieces not having experiences like I got to have because of your family, and especially your mom and dad. I wanted to say a couple more things. One of the things I appreciated the most about your dad is that and your mom together, right? Most of my memories of Carol are with Jeannie, and they it was just so wonderful the way that, you know, the Orr family, you know, all families go through their ups and downs through time, and your mom and dad just loved all of us without judgment or what's the right word, like playing favorites or anything like that. They just loved our family so much. And just no matter where we were, if we were up, if we were down, if we were left, if we were right, if we were blue, if we were green, they just stuck by us and loved us. And we had presents under the tree from them all throughout our growing up. It was just this remarkable thing. And in Carol's later years, with the few times that we hung out sort of one-on-one, he and I, it was always around Centennial stuff. We found ourselves, you know, we hiked the mountain, Dad and I, and Carol hiked Sheep Mountain. I think Dad was in his later 60s when we did the last Sheep Mountain trek. And I would love it if Hansel or Heidi, you guys could help me plug the holes in my memory here. But there was something to do with your mom and your dad getting in some old truck or car with Guzzy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because I remember laughing so hard when Carol was talking about rambling around in Centennial in a truck with Guzzy. I was like, how is that even happening? Carol's like 80 something and he's in the truck with Guzzy. Anyway, if you guys could plug that hole sometime, that would be great, because I just remember laughing so hard about your mom and dad with a cat in a car with Guzzy.
Everybody knows Rick Guzzy, Christ.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's right.
I met a woman at a commune in New Mexico that knew talked about Larry. Did you know Rick Guzzy?
So you know, just going back to like all the statements about how
supplier of marijuana.
Yeah. How Carol, you know, like he just had friends in every nook and cranny of his life, like, you know, and I was fortunate for my whole life to be counted among them. And anyway, he was an enormous blessing, and that blessing won't stop. And an inspiration, and also just a dear man. Yeah.
Thank you, Laura. That was lovely.
That's awesome. Thanks, Laura. And I see Jenny's hand right up next to you. You're going to tell us more info on other future events? Okay, go ahead, Jenny.
Well, I'm going to be really brief. I am pregnant. I'm due in May. I've been weeping the whole time, and I'm not going to blame pregnancy hormones because I think it was just all very moving. But what I did want to say really quick is that listening to all these stories about what an incredible parent Carol was, if maybe you guys wanted to write a book on how to not screw up your kids, that would be great. And I will be the first person to read it and abide by how he raised you.
You don't know all the good insides.
No, look at it. But he's just a dear, dear man and such fun memories. And we're just so lucky that we got to know him.
Thanks, darling, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats. It's a kitten?
Oh, it's a boy. It's a boy.
Congratulations.
I'm going to sign off. It's
Oh,
nice
Russell.
to laugh, but it makes me angry he's gone.
Thank you, Russell.
Thank you. For a wonderful
for coming. It's
Thank you.
wonderful to
Remembrance.
have you
It was
here.
great.
You're lucky to have known him, and you.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
Thank
Well, he felt the
Have
same
known
about you all.
him and also his wife,
Jean.
Jeannie.
Yes.
And the
Good to see
children.
you both. Thanks so
We
much.
got a subscription to this because of Jeannie.
Oh, yes, absolutely, of course.
Very awesome. Thanks to have joined today.
Thanks,
That's
guys. We
great.
really appreciate you being here. Who's next? Who's next? Is Paula down there? Paula's never quiet.
Hey, I don't see any blue hands. I see no blue hands, Joshua. I see no blue hands.
Yeah.
My hand is blue.
Oh, hey, I see Scothia. Let's have Scothia join next. Hey, Heidi, before Scothia says something, have you noticed that she hasn't changed in the 40 years we've seen her?
It's, there's a whole bunch of people on here who are really pissing me off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Scothia used to babysit us when we were little ones. And
I know.
I feel I should be the other way around now.
Hansel, you are a flatterer.
My dad taught me well.
Yes, I can tell. Well, I will try to be brief too. I just beat you out by a nanosecond there, Brendan, so I'll make sure you have time to speak. I just want to thank you guys, Heidi and Hansel and your whole family, for doing this wonderful tribute for your dad. Isn't it amazing that Laura is saying that her earliest memories were with your dad and with your mom? Mine are too. I feel like one of my earliest memories was at the Palmer place. And that memory is so vivid. And of course, the thing that characterized all of my memories, even at that early age, I think I was probably 4 years old when that happened, was the enormous amount of respect that I felt to the depths of my soul that your parents afforded me, a 4-year-old. And I always felt that way whenever I was, when I was in their presence. I always felt like I was the most important person there to them. And I'm with Laura, I'm with Jenny, and so many of the rest of you. I learned how to respect all people at any age. I learned so much of that from your parents, and that started at age 4. And I believe I continued learning that all the way through the time that I would sometimes read your parents' Christmas letters 3 or 4 times, all the way up into my 50s and 60s. And so thanks for this time that you've given us. Boy, thanks for giving the Orr clan a whole page. That was pretty amazing to see. Thank you so much, Heidi. That was pretty special for us, I know. And I think yeah, thank you so much. I love you guys, all of you out there that know me. I love you. You're amazing. Good to see all of your faces. Isn't Zoom amazing?
Yes.
Signing off here.
Yes. Thanks, Kathia. You rock. Brendan, you're up, buddy.
Hey, Markham. I think some of my earliest childhood memories were annoying the crap out of you. So you like your father, were very, very patient. But no, what I want to share a couple stories, and then I'll just share like a reading from like our room here that I think is really in the same vein as Carol lived his life. But some of my earliest memories at the Herd Cabin are playing with Rambo. That was, I don't know the breed of the dog, but Rambo, and was it Susan, or what was the other dog's name? Mark?
Sydney. But as Sydney, but as mom would say, Rambo was a little Shih Tzu.
Yes. And so I have all these memories of playing at that cabin, but also being within an earshot of my grandfather and Carol talking about a host of topics and making each other laugh, making those around them laugh. And having watched this, and thank you both, Heidi and Markham, for facilitating this, but when I think about Carol moving forward, I will see someone who truly lived their life with light, love, and laughter. And if we all just did that a little bit more, let's imagine how much better our lives and those of the lives around us would be. I want to introduce my wife, Meenakshi. Meenakshi is a wonderful human being who happens to share the same birthday as Carol. So there must be something about this date that produces phenomenal human beings. And so just before I wrap up, I'll just share this last reading. If there is light in the soul, there is beauty in the person. If there is beauty in the person, there will be harmony in the house. If there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. If there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. And that's how I'll end it in giving tribute to Carol's life. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Brandon. Nice meeting you, Meenakshi.
Nice to meet you all too.
Yeah, Joshua, you have your hand up. You're the man. If you can unmute. There you go.
Yep, I do that. I was trying to put my hand down as well. I mean, I don't obviously have anything to add because all these things people have said. It's hard to add to it because it really says everything. But the things that strike me as obviously knowing your father mostly, in my early to late teens and then young adulthood, is I had no idea all the important things he was doing because he would never talk about himself. It was mostly, my memories are going to the cabin around Christmas time too, and just being warmly welcomed. Sorry, Markham, into the family by all four of you actually, which was, it was a very important, important thing for me and important times. I had more conversations with your mother about politics than really much to do with your father. And I only sort of started to learn about the things that your father had been into when we went to Wyoming for your 50th birthday hike. Whereas I had the good fortune of hiking with him, so he could tell me his stories about, meeting with Desmond Tutu and Mandela, or going to see the Queen, and you're like, whoa, because he never talked about any of that stuff. The other thing that I want, and just an incredible guy. I think I once asked you for that poem that you obviously, or the story that you wrote preemptively in 1983 about your father. I think I asked you for that because I remembered very well when you wrote that. And do you remember me asking you, because you didn't know where it was, and at the time I don't think you even remembered about it. But anyway, I mean, it was really it was nice that you could read it. And if you read the whole thing, like it really tells the tale of an incredible guy without going into detail about what he was actually doing, because you had no idea what he was doing. And when I was telling you, the stuff that he was telling me on our hike, he was like, oh, it's good to hear, because, you had no idea. You find out more about him from your friends talking to him than you find out directly from him. But also, I mean, I loved the memorial letter that you wrote, Heidi. It was so beautifully written. And it just one of the things that there's a line in there that sort of nails it, that he honestly believed that everyone in his life was exceptional. And you would see it because he would brag about anyone and everything that he came in contact, whether it was Gus backing up to the snowbank to take a dump in the side of the snowbank, or whoever it was doing whatever, he was proud of them. And he was proud of them in a very profound way. I mean, of course, he was most proud of Heidi and Markham, but just a tremendous example of how to be. So I'm grateful to have known him.
Thanks, Josh. That was awesome. That was great. Who's next?
Luckily, McKinnon yelled downstairs, "Dad, you're muted." I don't see any more hands up. Would anybody like to say anything? Amanda, it's all you while I take my dad's dog outside because she's telling me she needs to go outside. So I'm going to listen from afar.
Okay. I just wanted to say what an impact Uncle Parsi had on everyone's life. I was just remembering while I was sitting here how many pictures I have in my own personal scrapbook that relate to him and my time in Laramie. If any of you don't know who I am, I'm the granddaughter of his brother, Johnny Bill, or he was my granddad. And so I wanted to share just a couple pictures, just to show you. This one is a picture of me, and he had this dog sled that he liked to put behind his snowmobile. And my grandparents told me that it was not safe for me to ride back there, but he told me that I'd be fine. And so he used to let me ride behind there while he was running the snowmobile. I was probably 8. One of my favorite things was Guido, the donkey. I attempted to ride it many times. It never moved, but it was great. And I think this might be Sydney or it might be Rambo. I'm not sure. And I believe that was up at the cabin. And a little funny story about the cabin is I was a little afraid of climbing up into the loft, but I did it anyway. And I was so surprised that they had left a little container of chocolate up there before I could read. I sampled it, and it took me many years to realize that I sampled a little mouse poison. So
good chocolate.
Oh yeah. So I also, like Jacob, just thought of him as a celebrity because he had all these wonderful stories of all these amazing places he had been, and just the lasting impact on all of our lives.
Thank you, Amanda. Hey, Mark, you joined
awesome.
Derek. Nice to see you, Mark. We haven't heard from Derek. Geez, Derek being quiet for like this much time.
Does that happen?
It's never happened in my life. I don't know what to say about that. And if I'd known you were coming, Derek, I had such good pictures I'd have put in the slideshow.
There was a good picture of me. It's just been a joy to see so many faces and just to see the Herdmore clan. You all did a amazing job of just remembering his life. I'm I'm reflecting on, you know, the state of this country over the past year and how I think about role models, and not just Carol, but also Jeannie, just what amazing role models they are of people that we want to aspire to be. And just, you know, I think a similar but quick reflection that I have is similar to what Samantha shared, of a picture of seeing Carol from behind. And I remember being in my early 20s. As some of you know, I'm an avid runner, was probably in the best shape of my life. We were in Idlewild, decided to go for a hike. I'm not used to the air up there. I'm not acclimated. Carol's walking way ahead of me. I'm thinking, how is he walking so fast? I'm exhausted. We get back, I'm exhausted. I sit down in the living room. Carol gets out a scotch, and my first thought is, I would love that right now. But if I had that, I would be so drunk. And he's just carrying on, talking, sharing stories. But I, you know, and just constantly, you know, reflecting on what an amazing person he was. You know, it was obvious he was brilliant, accomplished. But what I always remember is just what a kind, loving, humble soul he was. So thank you so much for having us here today.
Thanks, Derek. That was great. That was great.
Hans?
Oh, there you are. I see you, Joanna.
I'd love to share a little bit.
You just go right ahead.
Well, I can't even narrow down all of my memories and heartfelt sentiments being part of the original Orr family. And we knew, we knew Heidi and Hansel from birth. I think, Heidi, you were probably 2 when we first met your parents. Mm-hmm. And isn't it a beautiful thing that we've had these connections for our entire lives, and we, no matter what transpires in any one of our lives, positive or negative, we're just able to come together and pick up and have that deep personal feeling. It's just wonderful. And thank you, Heidi and Hansel, for doing this. And Carol, as well as Jeannie, were instrumental in influencing my decision in high school to eventually pursue a degree in anthropology at the University of Wyoming. And they also opened up my heart to social justice concerns, humanitarian concerns, and to think globally. And that was so precious growing up in Laramie, Wyoming, which to us in Wyoming, Laramie is a big community. But it was so special to have somebody just open those doors of perspective. And I will forever be blessed by having that in my life. I'd like to just quickly share a Ute prayer, if I may. Can you hear me? I have a very monotone voice, so I'm hoping I'm coming across okay. Earth, teach me stillness as the grasses are stilled with light. Earth, teach me suffering as old stones suffer with memory. Earth, teach me humility as blossoms are humble with beginning. Earth, teach me caring as the mother who secures her young. Earth, teach me courage as the tree which stands all alone. Earth, teach me limitation as the ant which crawls on the ground. Earth, teach me freedom as the eagle which soars in the sky. Earth, teach me regeneration as the seed which rises in the spring. Earth, teach me to forget myself as melted snow forgets its life. Earth, teach me to remember kindness as dry fields weep with rain. And I just feel Carol and Jeannie's presence when I read that Ute prayer. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, John.
Lovely. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Hey, Markham.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, Mom's going to say a few things.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I just wanted to say, as we sit here and reflect on all of this, especially to you, Heidi and Markham, excellent job, just a wonderful presentation. I couldn't help but think that it seems to me that your dad was endowed with many gifts and abilities by our Creator, and that he used them well and wisely and for his full 94 years. And I think that he certainly fulfilled his destiny. But it also occurred to me that I think he would be very pleased and proud of each of you, because of course we each have our own gifts and abilities in whatever field they are. And I think he would encourage and cheer us on to fulfill our destiny, which I believe each of you will. Personally, I am sitting here also looking to the future, because we always look to the past, but the past also gives us insight into the future. And I look forward to the future when we might all have a grand reunion on a now distant heavenly shore, but one day it will not be distant. It will be the immediacy as today is for us. And we will see all of these friends, loved ones, family, everyone. And I think that it will be grand beyond imagination, grand beyond any kind of description, because we do not have human words to describe it. And I think he will be there welcoming us. So I encourage us all to fulfill our destiny to the best of our ability. And I think we will. God bless.
That was lovely, Aunt Nadine. That was just lovely. And I will tell you that, you know, in Dad's final just couple of days, one of the things that Hansel and I kept telling him, just as he was, you know, relinquishing his hold on this world, I kept saying, hold out your hands, because, you know, your mom, your dad, there's Dyer, there's Johnny Bill, there's Dutch, you know, hold out your hands. We're all helped along by those who go before us in that transition in life, as much as in every other major challenge in life. That was lovely. Thank you. Who else?
Well, that's awesome.
I can't believe Paul. Oh, good. Anne Marie.
We can't hear you.
She's working on it.
She's working on it.
Yeah.
You can use sign language if you want.
You'd be good at that. Now you're still.
Let me see if I can.
There
Can
you
you hear
are.
me now?
Oh, there you are.
Yay! I'm on Scott's computer, so I don't know how to use it. It's not a Mac. First of all, Heidi, that was amazing. That was incredible. And Markham, you guys that was just awesome. So I am Carol's niece. So he's my uncle. And I really wish we had spent more time together when we were kids. It was really hard because we were on opposite coasts, and you guys were in Canada and Laramie, and we were in Vermont. So, but the times that we did have together were incredibly memorable. And when we came out in 2003, myself, my husband, and my family, and stayed with your parents, oh my gosh, they just, they were just so amazing. The way they were with the kids was just incredible. And, you know, going up to the cabin and, yeah, as everybody has said, that cabin is a pretty magical place. And it was a really amazing place for my kids. It was their first time being in the West. And so they just had an amazing, incredible experience through your parents. And then also I was out there by myself. It was when I had just graduated from college and I was struggling to try to make a living as an artist, and I was making jewelry, and your parents were so unbelievably supportive of my efforts. And it was awesome. They're just amazing. Both your parents were just incredible people. And one thing from your dad that I always admired is his posture. He just always had the most incredible posture. And I was like, when I'm 90, I want to be walking around like that. So yes, it's been something I've, you know, practiced a lot to make sure that as I age, I can be like your dad. So anyways, much love to you guys. And I'm going to miss Carol so much.
Thanks,
So,
Anne-Marie.
Thanks.
Hey, Linnea, over there in Scotland, what time is it?
Midnight.
Midnight in
Midnight.
Scotland.
Yeah, just midnight. It's not too bad.
You ready to talk? Because you can't zoom in from Scotland and not talk.
Where can I talk?
Yeah. What kind of an understatement is that?
Are you stupid? Well, I don't know. I've been listening to what everybody's saying, and it's just people. I don't even think there's a point of me saying anything because people have strummed each chord of who Carol is and what your family means to us. And you know, when you go into these memorials, you sort of think that you're going there for the family, which you are. And actually, what's occurred to me is what you've done here is a gift to us. So that you have done all of this, this love and this work that you pulled together has been for us. And you've helped us maybe try to process the grief. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to drink some whiskey. Where's the bottle? Okay. I've got
some of mine.
I've got a lecture to record tonight, so this is going to help.
Oh, perfect.
But so the Orr family has focused on this. So for those of you that don't know us, my parents and your parents met when they were doing their studies at University of Wyoming. And the story is, correct me if I'm wrong, they were in a house that had 2 levels. So one flat was above and one flat was below. And I think my parents were below your parents.
You
and
were above. That
oh,
was
you
good.
above. Oh, okay.
You were above. Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Above, and ours were in the basement.
Okay. And Rolf was born, obviously he was born a few years before you, my brother. And my parents would have just got him to bed. And then your parents would rock in.
My dad.
And turn on the hi-fi with the 1812 overture and rock it. And my parents never complained about it, but the impact of this is, and I think Cindy unfortunately had to go. Cindy is my sister-in-law, so married to my brother who died a few years ago. But when my brother was really little, my parents and my brother, they lived in Alaska. And they were out there with the natives. My parents were school teachers. And my mom panicked because she lost my brother and she couldn't find him. And then she found him and he was 3, and he had pulled in all the native children in to the schoolroom because they lived in a 2-room schoolhouse. One room was a school and one room was our house. And he says, listen to this music. It's the best music you'll ever hear. And he put on the 1812 overture. So these are the chords that your parents have strummed in our hearts from the day that they met. And unbeknownst to my parents bought a cabin in Wyoming, and your parents bought the cabin next door, not knowing after all this time that they bought neighboring cabins. So thanks to that, we've had the fortune of being in your homes. So I don't need to go about all the magic of the cabin because I think everybody here appreciates that. But I think the magic of your cabin, anybody that watches Harry Potter, everybody adores Dumbledore, right? So, and I'm not saying your dad was like Dumbledore in terms of looks, but he had this golden aura around him, and your mother as well. And there was something magical that you love this person. And there was something about your parents that when you were there, and I think many of you have touched on this, you were the only one that was there. You were important to them. You, no matter what you said, you never felt stupid. You felt so comfortable in exploring anything. And I just remember we'd be up in the cabin and we'd hear the tires in the driveway and we'd go tearing down the hill going, the herds are here. And my poor parents probably felt so offended that we wanted to be with your family more than our own. So, but anyway, long story short, we love you guys. We loved your mom. We loved your dad. And I think we always will. And I'm just going to drink some more and cry a bit more and listen to the rest of it. And we need to keep in touch. Okay.
Absolutely. I'll find you.
Let me just add something. I'm Paul. I'm Linnea's husband.
Luckily, yep.
And I met Carol the very first time when we got married. It was the winter of 1990.
Well, we got married, not you.
No, I didn't get married to Carol, no. So we got married in Colorado in the winter of 1990.
It was cold.
It was very, very cold. And Linnea said, oh, you've got to meet Carol. You know, the Herds, they're the best. They're the best family. So we went up to Laramie.
I speak the truth.
We went up to Laramie and we went to the house in Laramie. And actually, Carol was outside with, I believe it's Rambo.
It was Rambo. He was a bit of a shit.
The Shih Tzu.
Yes, exactly.
But I think it was Rambo. And he had just been rooting around in the snow. And he says, well, you know, what happens with this dog is that he just roots around in the snow and then he gets ice balls and it gets high-centered.
No, yeah, high-centered, and he walks gimpy.
And so I'm thinking about this, and then I'm from Australia, by the way. And so about half an hour later, after we leave the house, I asked Linnea, actually, what did he mean by all of this?
He seems like quite a gentleman, but what did he really mean by what he just said?
What he just said. Because in Australia, to root is to have sexual intercourse. So when he was saying that that the dog was rooting around in the snow, getting ice balls, and then he was walking high-centered and gimpy, then I thought, yeah, that sort of makes sense.
But why?
But I could not see this coming out of his mouth. So that was my first meeting with Carol. And then to bookend my last meeting with Carol was in 2019 when Linnea's mum had passed away the previous year. We were dealing with all the legal stuff. And so, of course, we couldn't come to Colorado and not see Carol in Wyoming. And so we went up there and we had this fantastic day with him. We went up in the morning, we took him out, I think it was to Murph's.
Murph the Surfs.
We went to Murph the Surfs, we had lunch there.
He had a scotch and soda.
And
scotch and 7-Up.
He had a scotch at lunchtime.
And a little bit of soup.
A little bit of soup. And the conversation was just absolutely magical. So these are my two bookends for my knowledge of the life of Carol, and it's been absolutely amazing to hear all of your stories and to hear of all of his accomplishments. We're in absolute awe of everything that he has done and the family that he has raised and all of you guys. And I think you're just absolutely amazing, and we love you very much.
Oh,
thanks, Paul.
And can I just add one thing? Sorry, before you be funny there, because you're brilliant. The one thing that people haven't mentioned is that your dad, he wore his heart on his sleeve. And he was a gentleman who was able to express his love. And, you know, in that generation, that wasn't that common. And he did it with such warmth and it was so generous and so, I don't know, so easy. It was natural. And as for other men, it wasn't normal. But for him, it was fantastic. So anyway, back to you being funny, Markham.
Oh, Dad would have been bawling through the last 3 hours.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bawling. I mean, bawling.
I get it from him. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, is there anybody else out there that would like to say anything? Repeat anything? Sing a song? Just kidding.
Yeah. Markham, I'm available.
Oh, Wade Crawford.
Yeah. Thank you. My interaction with Carol and Jeannie was a relatively short period of time, between 1978 and 1980-ish. It was sort of through Heidi, which I met in 1978 when she attended Queen's University in her first year. And we were both, how should I say, competing for a position on the Scottish Highland dance team.
We were.
Okay, so you know, the big issue here is that at the time, well, not only the time and future, I was an engineering student. So let's just say that going to Highland dance, trying out for a Highland dance team as an engineer was probably looked upon by my peers. Anyway, I made it. I was the only guy there. And Heidi was amongst another, I don't know how many had, 14, 12, etc. So I met Heidi. And then as over the years that we met, I spent some time in Ottawa where her parents were at the time. I met Markham, and I used to call him Hansel, but damn it, no, it's Markham. And
just confused me.
Yes, exactly. Now, my biggest element, my vision images for both Carol and Jeannie were at Queen's University's football games. And Markham would have been a participant prior to actually becoming a student at Queen's University, where, and somebody had alluded to it earlier, the Moon Squad. Well, I was part of that Moon Squad. That Moon Squad was a group of members of the Highland, sort of the Queen's University bands, which were always decked out in Scottish regiment with kilts. And we would go as a group across the football field to the opposing side's fans and basically moon them. We actually had a whole element. We turn around, present moon, throw up the kilts. And unlike Carol, most of us did not wear tidy whities. That was traditional regimental style, as we would call it. And I remember, as over the years, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years, and just as Markham would have started at Queen's, almost every weekend that there was a home game at Queen's University, which is about 90 kilometers away from Ottawa, both Carol and Jeannie would show up. They'd be there. They'd be rooting in the stands for the local team or so. And this would have evolved over time when Heidi started out in the Highland dance and then converted into the cheerleading squad. and eventually Markham became part of the Queen's University element, they were always there to support their children and what they were hoping to do. Whether or not it was, their field of study. And I know Markham started, I think Markham, you started out in engineering?
I did. I
Yeah.
couldn't cut it though.
That's too bad. but you switched over to geophysics, right?
I did.
Yeah, so hey, close enough. Those of us in the engineering field, we'll accept you as part of our group of people. But it was always amazing to me that Carol was willing to jump into the fray, so to speak, as part of, as you said, he was willing to go around the track with us at football games and, well, sort of expose himself.
Literally.
But with modicum, like with his tidy whities and not necessarily with his entire externals exposed. So that's one of my key elements. I obviously have memories of visiting them in Ottawa, and obviously when you had moved, when your dad had and your parents had moved out to Winnipeg before 1980 or so. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Wade. That's awesome. Wade is zooming in from Nova Scotia. Woohoo.
Yeah.
All over
Thanks
the
for a
world.
glimpse in the past.
Great. That's great.
All righty. There's almost a couple people I would really love to put on the spot and call on, but that's just because I want to give them a grief
Just
as
wanna
Paula
be a
starts
professor.
laughing.
See how much fun it is to be a professor? You just call on people.
Yeah.
You
If
say
we can,
Jim Baranski. You say things like Jim Baranski,
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Paula Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to put Jamie Holbrook on if he's available, just to because he's been a participant in the last few years. I don't know if Jamie, if you're up for it, but Jamie is one of our good buddies out here and has participated in the last several birthday parties of Pops.
Awesome.
I have.
Put you on the spot, Jamie.
Okay, let me think really hard. Oh, Markham, you said it was going to take.
Oh, we lost you. Are you muted?
I'm not muted. I don't think. Can you hear me?
Now
I can now.
Oh, maybe I got to get closer to the.
Yeah, I think you have to.
That could be it.
Down by the keyboard or something, because I'm using a laptop here.
There you go.
But Markham said it was going to be like an hour, and so he told me 2 hours before this whole episode. So I went out and got myself the Glenfiddich.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Prepared.
It's been busy. So the idea, but I got to thinking, it's like Pops are bourbon barrel reserve, right? After 94 years in ex-bourbon casks, a rich and indulgent personality. Then a vivid and vibrant punch of vanilla from its new oak barrel finish. So that describes Pops, So cheers. And I want to say to Michael Moore that, around Christmas time, you can get on YouTube the Yule log, and it's got a beautiful fireplace in the back, and you're drinking scotch for 2.5 hours if you can last through the whole video. And the guy doesn't say anything. We've been quiet, so cheers. And I'm working with my son downstairs on his 2001 Jeep Cherokee. It has a cylinder head that failed, and we had to put a new cylinder head on top of it. I do have my duct tape, so I'm all right.
It's going to be better than new. It's going to be better than new.
Perfect.
Better than new. So I got a few things here. One of the trips that Pops came out and I was invited to dinner, Pops started rambling on about being fair. And this was a lecture that we got for that one dinner. And he says, being fair is a moral issue. It's not black and it's not white. It's not right and it's not wrong. It's a moral issue. It's how you're brought up. religiously or spiritually or whatever. And I looked at Pops and I said, hey, you got that lecture written up? He said, no, I just made it up on the spot, you know. So he was terrific for that kind of knowledge and whatnot. So I have two more things. And one is, let's see, Pops was born 1926,
26.
It's on the box, right, Markham?
Yeah, 1926.
1926. All right. And Markham looked over his shoulder to see Pops. Pops is watching this whole show, but he didn't put him in the video. Okay. On the box, does it have his date, his birth date, and his death date?
You want me to look?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
quick
got
look.
Pops here in the box.
Yeah. Well, let's see the box. You know, let's see Pops.
It has the years. It has the years on it.
Yes.
1926 to 2020.
Yes, 26 to 20. Now, the thing is those are two dates that have nothing that we have control over, right? I mean, it was God that said, okay, you shall be born, and God said that you shall die. So really, his entire life is that hyphen in the middle. All of what Pops did, all those stories we heard today is all about the hyphen. So every time you see that, Markham, you'll say, oh. Finally, I want to say that we die 3 times, all right? Our heart stops. We get taken care of. The second time is we're put in a box or in the ground. The final time we die is when we forget. So I want all of you to remember Pops, and he will live forever. And that's what I have.
I like it.
It's awesome, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
Too true. Too true.
It's all about the hyphen.
All about the hyphen.
Oh,
I see Ellen with a hand up.
Ellen
with a blue hand up.
This is not my blue hand, but I just wanted to say that, yes, I understand that we had a schedule today, and I understand it was supposed to be a certain length of time. And I would say that I think that there's no greater indication, of Carol's life than the fact that it can't be fit within a certain time period. I'm loving this, and I think it's perfect. So thanks.
Exactly.
That's great. That's lovely.
Awesome.
Anybody else?
Is there anybody else? Paula? Is there anybody else, Paula, that wants to say anything, Paula? I don't know, Paula, if there's anybody here that wants to say anything, Paula.
I had to raise my hand before you called me out because I knew it was coming. No.
Crazy cousin Paula.
For those of you that don't know me that are left, I am the only child of Dad's only, or of Uncle Parsy's only living brother, Don, that you saw earlier. It's been a rough time for him, and I was hoping I could not do this, but in light of the current week's events, my hearts are with you all. This has been a great tribute. I wish we could have all been together in person, but since that can't be right now, this is the next best thing. But my memories of Uncle Parsi and Aunt Jeannie go back as far as when I was really small. And when Dad was finished at the base in Fairbanks, Alaska, and we drove home to Missouri, we went through California. And being just a little tyke, Parsi and Jeannie started at a very young age to make different impacts, in my life. They would return to the farm, which was always a treasure to have them come home. And as late as this summer, when we were able to my daughter and I took my dad and mom to Illinois to Heidi's so that Dad and Parsi could spend a weekend together before he went back to Seattle. And that was a really good week. Everything from Parsi teaching Dad to shuck ears of corn again on the back step, to the afternoon scotches, to walks in the garden. It was just always nice to have a different perspective. I think Dad and I are the only immediate family left in Missouri. We have a few extended cousins that we do still see, but it's nice to be able to go back to the farm, even though it looks different. So thanks for getting us all together, family and friends. Thank you for the tribute to what was the matriarch of our family. So Dad's not quite there yet. He's got one ahead of him. So
Russell's ahead of him, and then your dad's up.
Yeah, he's got one ahead of him. But yeah, he had a rough week, and so the emotions here are pretty light right now. So
make sure you give him a big hug for us, because he's been awfully important in all of our lives all along, especially with my dad in the last few years. So
yeah,
very
the
important.
last few years have been a treasure. Just to see them really unite as brothers for the first time once they got rid of us brats and we got out of their way and they could kind of do their own thing. But it's been nice to see them have a few years of friendship and some brotherhood again. So
super bonded.
Yeah, it's great. And it's all of us cousins, as far apart as we are, still a pretty good group of guys. So
yeah.
John and Dennis are still sitting there all quiet. So
I know. Dennis.
Love you, Paula.
Yeah, and then
Love you, Paula.
but we were able to be with Dad today. We didn't want him to be by himself, and
That's good.
And Mom. So both the kids and grandbaby, their great grandbaby. We were all able to be together and spend that with him. So.
Hey, that's the best part about the herd men is they're like the most manly men I know, and they all wear their hearts on their sleeves. And
Yes,
they're all able to cry, and they're blessedly not embarrassed by it.
Yes, and there are many herds in general that don't wear their hearts on their sleeves.
Yeah, there's not too many herds in general. That's
Too
right.
many in general to do that. But thank you all for the friendships that you have bestowed on our family, and the love that you have outpoured today. It's just been tremendous. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. You know what's amazing to think about with all the people on here, everybody who's talking. I mean, I almost want to tell everybody who's listening, when they don't know who the different people are, how they fit into our lives, and we just don't have the time for that. But you know, you look at this group and you go, wow, like you said, Paula, wouldn't it be awesome if everybody could get together so that people knew what was going on, because everybody has such an impact. And I mean, talk about being scattered all over the world, but also all over, you know, whatever aspects of life. But, you know, a couple common threads hold us all together. So pretty cool group. And
one of the cool things about the group, just as we're closing up, is how many of the people on this chain came into our lives as friends of ours, Hansel, yours and mine. But what Dad was really amazing at was co-opting our friendships and making them his own. And I've not done that in the lives of my children very well or much at all. But Dad made good friends of our friends. And I'm looking at them here. I mean, I'm seeing, you know, my good girlfriends, Sally and Janet. And, you know, there's people here who came in as our friends, but somehow Dad and Mom won them over and integrated them into their lives as their friends. And I think that's really quite remarkable here. And I'm looking at so many. And
yeah, you're just waiting for Todd to just unmute and say something. I know.
Oh, I know.
I know you're just waiting for him, but you know,
all right,
he doesn't have to. Oh, look, there's Todd.
Hey.
Todd, who did an awful lot of miles on Sheep Mountain with Dad.
And I'm still recovering.
And the Three Sisters Wilderness.
Absolutely. It was great. And so, you know, like tying in with, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So as I was sitting here, a couple of words popped in my head to really, that I think Carol was, and your mom, and you guys too, generous. He was just generous with his time, and you know, he he could talk with anyone and everyone, and he did. And generous with his time, generous with his respect, generous with his positive expectancy for you, and for everyone that he came across. And he led a massive life. It just covered a lot of area, touched a lot of people, and he did that with his energy. He had a lot of mental energy, physical energy, emotional energy, and he was just full of joy. Everybody said it, but if you're doing something with Carol, you knew it was going to be fun. So and he did a great job of instilling just his awesomeness in all of you guys. So it's been great. It was a privilege to be able to know him.
Thanks.
It's awesome.
Junk. Yeah, he used to always talk about, I better just call Todd and see if he wants to go skiing.
Yes, and we did. And we come crawling down off of Sheep Mountain at the beginning of a snowstorm, and timing was just right. So
I gotta tell you,
right.
I only did Sheep Mountain with him once. Hansel and I did it with Dad. That mountain kicked my butt. And I was like in my 40s when I did that mountain with him, and he was in his, I don't know what, Hansel, when was that? 60s. You did it more with him.
70s, yeah.
Yeah. And he
kicked my butt, and I've climbed a lot of mountains. And I just couldn't believe how I came down off that mountain and my legs were like shaking. And Dad's just, and he did it dozens of times.
He's skipping down the hill at the end of the day, and
it's nuts.
Drove me crazy.
Yeah, I know.
I looked forward to Ty sighting in the beer.
Yeah.
That was the best part afterwards.
God, that mountain. Jesus.
That's good stuff. Well, I don't want to put anybody else on the Dennis, I don't want to put anybody on the line here that doesn't want to be Dennis, but
yeah, Dennis,
so
we sure
won't.
Want to,
I won't, Dennis. I won't.
You're the oldest cousin now. You're the oldest cousin left, Dennis.
Oh boy, he better talk now. Here he goes. He's looking for his mute button. Look, he's here. Hey, Dennis, good idea.
When I was a baby, Dennis was like, oh my God, he was my favorite cousin. I mean, he's always been my favorite cousin of Paula.
Well, thanks. Well, we're 4 years to the day, birthday, so.
Great.
Anyway, I really can't add anything to anything anyone else has said. He lived a pretty amazing life in a lot of years. So if I can personally make it to 94, everybody better be cracking a cold one.
There we go.
You're still going to be racing at 94, right, Dennis?
If I can still get in my car and my brother will help me do it, you bet. I'm going to try it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to quit. Not till I can't do it. And when they tell me I can't, I'll still be out there. I'll help. I'll watch.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's right.
But your pop was an amazing person, so you just got to go with that and remember all the good times.
Yep, there are a lot of good ones.
Family reunion at Big Sky Speedway, 2021. Come on.
Can I drive a car? Can I drive a car? I just want to drive a car.
Yes, we got one for you. Jalen will take you for a ride. She'll do just fine.
Big Sky Speedway now has a 2-seater race car that they give rides in.
The Need for Speed.
Jalen is now representing the young people as well as the girls, the women. So she'd take you for a hell of a ride.
Excellent. Excellent.
She's doing really good.
The adventuresome spirits living on in all the younger generations, and that's
this racing bug bit us a long time ago with Melvin and Uncle Donnie.
I know.
It has carried on for 50 plus
generations.
Years.
Yep.
Bird Brothers Racing.
Lives on.
Well, Hansel,
I think we probably can wrap it up here. If anybody wants to shout it out. By the way, that was Jacob that said something a little bit ago, who was the one who used to call Parsi the celebrity, right, Jacob?
That's right. I'll just say, I could just say a few things before we go.
Awesome.
Just listening to everybody, all the pillars of the Hurd family, getting to speak, like Grandma, and then just hearing the stories of Granddad, Uncle Donnie, Uncle Parsi. I just speak to the younger generation, like Jillian McKinnon, Mariah, everybody talking. You just set us up. This family set us up great for a good future, and it's on us now to continue to carry on his legacy. And it's a tall one. I don't know if I'd ever reach the personal heights that he did, but the one thing that he set a good foundation for is to always value family, put that first, and I can definitely do that. So we all can. So just thank you all for having me, and look forward to spending some time up here in the Pacific Northwest with Markham, and excited for it all. So hopefully see you guys soon.
Great, Jacob. So glad you're with
Thank
them.
you.
That's really cool. You're so close to them. I can't believe Jim and Beth Baranski are sitting there and they haven't said anything yet. They have two of the most talkative people I know. And Dad loved them. And I can't believe they're still not talking.
Oh, we're here. We're here.
Oh, look.
Overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
Called on them.
Actually, our introduction to the Hurd family was overwhelming. I mean, I think, wasn't it, Heidi, I don't know how many years ago it was that we were sitting here at our dining table, and all of a sudden this person knocked on our door, and it was you and Michael introducing yourselves to us.
As our new neighbors.
As our new neighbors in Galena. And we're like, wow, who are these people coming in dark, knocking on our door because we live at the end of the road and no one ever comes to see us. So that was us meeting the Hurd family for the first time. And then eventually we were introduced to Carol. And of course, it's only been, what is it, Heidi, 12 years, 10, 12 years, maybe, I don't even know.
A little more than a decade.
But what an impact. We drove to Laramie for the 90th birthday, and we really got a little insight into this family and the extended family. And we were so impressed, and we felt so honored to be invited and to be part of it, and then to get to know Carol. And when he was here in Galena, and go and have drinks out on the patio and just talk for hours and about everything and anything, and just his joy and passion, and he was so attentive when you would talk to him. He could really listen to you, and he was genuinely interested in what you had to say. And Heidi, I think that you inherited that from him, because you have that in spades. When Heidi asks you, how are you doing? She really wants to know. And I think Carol was the same way. And so we are just, overjoyed. And I think Robert Bork said something famously about a eulogy is not an affidavit. And I could not disagree more with him. I think this whole 3 hours, whatever it's been, has been just a wonderful tribute. And Heidi, just a wonderful job.
Thank you. Thank you, dear ones. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw Gary and Arlene. It looked like you were getting ready to say something. So I definitely want to acknowledge you.
I truly wish I were there to hug you guys. I have enjoyed it. Jillian, if I've got the name right, great meeting you.
So Gary, was Dad right when he described the Kindles as sort of dancing hickories that were sometimes boisterous?
Definitely.
And their heads were a little more stern and a little more sturdy as oaks. Is that not too far off?
And not too bright. Julian, no offense.
Maybe just
the one outlier.
Paula.
Well, the only other person I'm really surprised about, Heidi,
what
is Sally is sure laughing and smiling, but I haven't heard her say a thing.
Sally Sally's being so quiet, and Sally's
I
not
thought
all that quiet
I
either.
thought maybe she couldn't find the unmute button just to say hi. And
Yeah, because she doesn't teach by Zoom every hour of every day. No, not her. Come on, Sally. Where are you?
That, huh?
You're muted.
I knew it. No, I'm not.
Okay. Just can't hear you.
very faint, but we can hear you. We'll listen carefully.
Oh, no, you don't need to listen carefully, but I just knew you would do that because you're like that. I don't know how long ago I met your dad, maybe 25 years ago.
Mhm.
I don't know. But he's right. I mean, you're all right that he took you under his wing and was really interested in what you were doing and made you feel like you were a really important person, even if he didn't know you very well. And he made you feel like whatever job you were doing the best at it that anybody could ever do. It's really impressive to hear everybody in the family talking and all the wonderful memories. One thing I noticed, I don't know if you see it, Heidi and Mike, but Aiden looks so much like your dad when he was younger. Oh my gosh, it could be a picture of Aiden. That really struck me.
Yeah, the childhood pictures of Aiden and childhood pictures of Dad were always like freaky close. It's really, really.
Yeah. So that note you sent me last night, Heidi, you see how wrong you are because your dad lives in all of these memories and all of these people who honor him and who think so highly of him, from old people like Michael to young people like Levi, who he's made such an impact on. And that is such a testament to his life and a life well lived.
Thank you, friend. So true, so true. Well, Hansel, what do you think? Have we come to the close? I think we have. You're muted. Oh, man. What
Read
a rookie.
my lips.
Error.
I was gonna say, I think we've picked on just about everybody we can. So unless anybody else has something to add in, we can do a final toast. And
Janet's down there.
Hansel, Heidi,
Sure.
I was wondering if you, both of you, could share a funny story, because there's so many funny stories, and I was wondering if you could each share just a funny story, like about your dad, like just something that comes to mind. I just love stories about Carol.
Hansel, you got one?
I got countless ones. I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start. You know, I'll kind of throw something in here though, because obviously over the last few years, as Pop's changed, you know, I remember him so much as he was, you know, young and everything like that. But we've had a blast as he's been getting older, as you know, as he's been getting more and more forgetful, just like me, and everything like that. And I guess the cool part is, you know, as I told my kids, hey, we can't critique this. You know, maybe we laugh along with it. And when Pops would understand what we were doing, he would laugh along with us. And I think that once again kind of comes back to it, whether he was, you know, trying to get his dog to do something. Lady, come here, lady. Hey, lady. Will you do this, lady? Come on, lady. Come here, lady. Hey, lady. No, lady. No. I mean, drove us all absolutely nuts. But it was pretty funny. We did have this summer. I'll tell you a story that isn't quite with Pops, but it's so fitting. We had to do a little cleanup on his house this last fall. And, you know, he had about 947 gnomes in his backyard, along with about 67 lawn chairs, because he needed to sit down. If he's walking around the yard and he needed to think for a while, he had to sit down and think, right? So all these lawn chairs, most of them were broken. You know, a lot of them had cushions on that were completely soaked and nasty and everything else from the rain and the snow. And we had to do a little cleanup. And I was so worried, what's going to happen if, you know, Pops comes back and we don't have enough. So we saved a quota of gnomes that were actually still in one piece, still had some color to them. And we saved them in special place. And we thought, okay, when Pops comes back, we'll run out and we'll put out a section. And as he walks around the yard, somebody else will run around the other way and keep putting the gnomes up, because we only had about a dozen left out of the 967. But, you know, Pops made his backyard, you know, as an adventure land for everybody. You couldn't mow, you couldn't weed eat, you couldn't clean up. we found so many levels of, he'd put bark down and change his mind and put pavers, then he'd throw some more bark down. Then maybe it was time for some white gravel. Hey, maybe we should pave this place. Let's put some more bark. And it's like an archaeological excavation out there as we're going through things, but it was absolutely amazing. But he made the yard a special place, as McKinnon and Mariah even talked about. You know, it was a cool place to hang out. But it's been a task, and it's been kind of fun to see that. So it's a little bit of a side story, but you know, he's famous for his gnomes and his lawn chairs. And
well, and Beth Baranski, Beth brought me up short a few years ago when she came out for the 90th birthday party, and we all went over to Dad's house to sort of have a reception or something. And honest to God, I was so deeply embarrassed by that yard. I really was. I couldn't be my dad. I couldn't see the gnomes as living creatures to which you said hello. I was just so incredibly, I was just embarrassed. Like, come on. I mean, like the Gnome King barfed all over Dad's property, right? And I said to Beth, I mean, we're sort of going in there and going, oh God, you wouldn't believe, I mean, there was fake flowers everywhere in the middle of December and gnomes everywhere. And Beth said to me, she says, oh my God, it's fabulous. She says, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. He has spent years creatively designing this world of fabulous creatures living in a kind of mystical place where flowers bloom in December. And it's like Beth saw it through my dad's eyes, and it's not like she really did, but she knew how to. And I remember at the time them being embarrassed that I was embarrassed, because she saw this sort of magical place that he'd created for his grandkids and that lived on even when his grandkids got old and themselves were embarrassed by the place.
Heidi, it was such a privilege to touch that magic. I mean, I feel so lucky I got to see that in the cabin. I mean, I don't have these stories and experiences, but just seeing it and seeing your family together and jumping in the lake and all the, you know, you guys are something else. And it's just been a real privilege to just even have a glimpse of any of that, really.
You guys,
something special.
You guys are a wonderful vortex.
Yeah.
I mean that in the most positive way. And we've been kind of swept up into it, and we think it's terrific.
Could I just ask Markham and Heidi, isn't there a story about the outhouse?
And lots of stories about the outhouse. Which one?
About the outhouse.
Number of holes.
Oh God, yes. The story. So our outhouse, when we bought the cabin, when the cabin was the burned out shell, it had been burned out because the idiot previous owners had shoveled out hot coals, stuck them in a cardboard box, and shoved them under the Franklin stove. And the whole place went up in flames. And all that was left was the shell. And that's what they bought for $6,000. And that's what your dad, Linnea, helped Dad redo the interior. But there was the outhouse, which was the only bathroom. All through our childhood, you had to go down the outhouse path in the middle of the night, and we had bears. And Dad would make us wake him up so he could stand at the back door. He didn't go to the outhouse with us. I mean, he would if we wanted him to in the middle of the night, but he didn't if we didn't want him to, but he'd stand there and watch because there were bears as you went to the outhouse and back. Bears. But there were, the outhouse had 2 holes when it was bought. And Dad and Mom are going like, why would you need 2 holes? What are you going to do? Have it, twosome in the outhouse? And then one winter when the piles of poop in the outhouse had frozen and they'd gotten so tall, and he'd taken a great big crowbar out there to try to knock the piles down to distribute them so you could keep using one of the 2 holes. He couldn't knock the piles down, so he just cut a 3rd one right in the middle between the other 2, and that was the solution. So we have a 3-hole outhouse. And then he put in indoor plumbing, but that's when we were like in college. And even the indoor plumbing sucks because Dad was a crappy builder, as Hansel will tell you.
We always thought it was a good thing, though. He added the 3rd in the middle. We didn't want to go for a 2-story on the outhouse.
Oh, Lordy, that's enough stories.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, everybody.
That's been awesome.
Been an amazing romp.
What a tribute that everybody's still here at this time. I mean, pretty amazing.
We love you all. Dad loved you all.
Love you.
Awesome job.
Thanks, Heidi. Love you.
Really appreciate it. Love you guys.
We'll see you all.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks everybody for being a part of this.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Hansel.
Stay in
Absolutely.
such close touch. Stay tight, everybody. Stay tight.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you. It was
stuff.
great.
Love you so much. Thank you.
Bye,
Lunch-
Laura.
Lunchable.
Bye, Linnea. Go to bed over there in Scotland.
Yeah, go prep that class. Go get that lecture going.
I'll do that recording at 1 a.m. in Scotland. Bye, Joanna.
Princess Wave, Joanna.
Princess Wave, Joanna. Oh my goodness. Bye
That's
to
good stuff.
all. Love you guys.
I know.
Bye, y'all. Bye, Dennis. Bye, Wade. Thank you, Wade, for tuning in from Nova Scotia.
Call me
Bye,
when you're in
Brian.
town, Wade.
Yeah, let us know. Bye, Brian, wherever Brian is. Everybody.
Markham.
Yes.
Send me your coordinates.
GPS coordinates.
No, well, your sister has my email, so
there we go.
Send me a note. I
We're
know
in the
you're
Seattle area, so there you go. Yes.
Yeah, I know you're on the West Coast, and I'm on the East Coast in Nova Scotia. But
that's right.
Send me something that I can contact you.
Okay. We'll do.
Bye, everybody.
Awesome.
Bye, darling Jillian and Aiden. Bye, Molly. Thank you, everybody.
That was very nice, y'all.
You were awesome.
Heidi, you were amazing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely flippin' amazing.
Back at you, girl. Back at you, girl.
Thanks for all you did. That was phenomenal.
Love to you all. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
All the
Bye.